Good evening and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Tonight we get Group B underway. Henry Deacon alongside me. First of all, we'll discuss a little bit about Group C, which got underway this morning. Now it is, of course, Josh Payne who sat top of the table, but Lee Evans, how impressed have you been with him today?
Very, because after yesterday it could have been so easy to be despondent, especially losing that last game against Barca. We knew both players were struggling at the end, but they could gain a bit of confidence. I don't know what he did overnight, but whatever he did, it was the right recipe for success, and he is right in the mix now. Of course, he would have liked to have got to 8 points. I think whoever won that last game would have felt as if they've got a massive advantage going into tomorrow's session, but it's going to be a run for the line, and he's the one who is sat as well as anyone else.
And you mentioned what he did overnight, but even his first match today, he averaged mid-70s, so it wasn't really a good start, and that could have really brought him down, couldn't it?
There was a worry that the week could have quickly unravelled for him if he didn't recover from that, but it says a lot about his mental fortitude. One thing that we saw towards the end of the session, which we didn't see a lot yesterday, was him just keeping himself under control. There was a lot of times yesterday where he was visibly on stage getting wound up with himself, and he tried to cut that out at times this morning, and that was why he got the results, and that is why he's in a really good position to get out of the group.
It is him and Josh Payne who are in pole position at the moment, but do you see there being any upsets, any big movers tomorrow?
I think Josh will get through. Whether it's in first or second place, that's to find out. We always thought he was the man to beat in that group, and he played some really good stuff today. Ironically, his best game was the one he lost against Robert Owen. Then you wouldn't bet against him making a run for the line tomorrow, but don't rule out Chaz Barstow. He's the type of player that gets better towards the end of the week. Friday's the sort of day where he plays his best stuff, so don't be surprised if he makes a run for the line.
And Rob Owen was very frustrated with his performances today, but someone else you shouldn't rule out.
Absolutely, and we know the quality and the calibre he's got. He's just won himself that tour card for the next couple of years. And look, he's the sort of player that can go on burst. We saw it earlier on, didn't we, this week, where he played well on the Monday, didn't get the results, but what he did overnight was find a way to get going on Tuesday. I think he's just spending a little bit of time tonight, a little bit of rest time in that. He may just dip in and out, maybe watch a little bit of this, he was saying, possibly as well. So he's just going to relax and get going again for tomorrow. And
Graham Hall in action tonight in Group B. He's many people's favourites to get through this group. He's actually the bookies' favourites to top the group as well. He's someone, though, who hasn't played up on this stage. Do you think that'll matter to him?
Yeah, I spoke to Graham just a minute ago outside before we came into the venue, and he was speaking about what happened yesterday. And what he said was, I just left the venue, I went back home because home's not too far away from him, spent an evening there, just rested, relaxed, had a little bit of a lay-in this morning. Well, isn't that a luxury for some, isn't it? But he had a little bit of a lay-in this morning, had a nice relaxed day, was just going on the practice, not overdoing it, because he's played for 3 days already, and he's come back today, fresh mindset.
And we have to end this chat by mentioning our very own Chris Mason. You've already spoken to him this evening, haven't you? How's he feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, he's taking this as a bit of a free roll. I think he's under this no-pressure scenario. I think last week, he was playing it down for weeks, wasn't he, what he was going to do? And I think when he qualified, it was just such a story. And I think going into this week, there's no weight of expectation on his shoulders apart from what he can produce. And as he said, it's anything he gets this week is an absolute bonus.
Yeah, he's even played down his chances in Group B, saying that nobody is going to want to lose to a commentator. Right then, we get underway at 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV. Not long to wait. Come and join us.
the MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good evening and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's day 4 of Champions Week here at the Live Lounge and the start of Group B this evening. I'm delighted to be joined by Corinne Hammond for this one. Corinne, how much are you looking forward to this evening's session?
I think this is going to be great, but I mean, I would expect that from Champions Week. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we have already had one session so far today. Henry has the highlights for us with Josh Payne in a commanding position in Group C.
Group C saw more jostling for position in the cabinet meeting, but Gavin Carlin is the man at the bottom of the pile. This 1-4-5 against Peter Jakes was his daily highlight. Roberto will be hoping for better from day 2 in the Group C campaign. Once again, he's played well, but finds himself in the bottom half of the table. We saw flashes of brilliance from Peter Jakes, although we'll be looking for more consistency as we head into a thrilling Friday conclusion. Chaz Barstow banished the Blues of Group A to put himself in contention of qualification for finals night, thanks to this 1-12 to beat Robert Owen. Lee Evans was the most improved performer from Wednesday to Thursday at the Super Series. This 120 helped en route to beating Robert Owen and to finish day 1 on 6 points. But Josh Payne is the man that they've all got to catch if he is going to make his way through to Champions Week. He is top of the pile, 8 points to his name at the halfway stage of Group C.
Yes, it is Josh Payne who's in a commanding position at the moment. He's top of the group, won 4 of his 5 games. Impressed with him, especially after the start he had to the day session?
Yeah, I think losing that first game, despite throwing his best starts, probably spurred him on to go in for the next couple and get the win. So that's great that he's top of the table at the moment.
Yeah, indeed. And Lee Evans as well, a word on him because he's second in the group. He didn't win a game yesterday in Group A. And then to start the day with an average less than 80 in his opening game, but to still come through, pick up 6 points, some superb finishing for him as well. Mentally, to show that strength, it must be difficult having not won a game yesterday.
Yeah, it would be. So obviously he's gone home last night and given himself a hard word and then come back in here and done the job today.
Yeah, absolutely. And Group B gets underway this evening. As we've just mentioned, it is Graham Hall against Darryl Pilgrim that we've got first up tonight. And Henry caught up with Darryl before the night's action got underway.
Darryl, first time here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. What's your first take on the surroundings?
Looks very impressive. I've been looking forward to come down here ever since I won my week. 2 months ago now. But as I say, I've been really looking forward to coming here.
Been a bit of a wait for yourself to get here. What has the last few weeks been like?
Still been very busy. I was at Challenge Tour last weekend and other events. There's always something. But I'm not complaining. I just like really playing darts.
What's the form guide like at the minute?
Good, good. Playing well. Sometimes the results aren't going with the playing well, but as long as I'm still playing well, the results will come.
How big is Champions Week for you in terms of your career?
Oh, it could be everything. It's just a platform. If you can somehow win it, gets your name out there so much. To be honest, even just playing in it still gets your name out there so much, but to actually win it could be a massive springboard.
Do you call this the biggest darting week of your life so far, potentially?
I would say so, yeah. Yeah. Bigger than probably a Q school. I mean, Q school still is massive, but the potential of this for a week, I'd say yes.
We wish you well. Good luck, Dal.
Cheers. Thank you.
Yeah, interesting to hear Darryl say there that this could be the biggest week of his darting career. Will he kickstart Group B with a win? Let's get into this one. Henry, back over to you.
Excellent.
Evening, everyone, and welcome to the second instalment of Tungsten Thursday here at the MODUS Super Series as Group B gets underway. 5 players playing for 3 spots into Champions Night on Saturday evening, and we kick off with a meeting between Graham Hall, the man who was so close to winning Group A yesterday, was deposed right at the last hurdle when he was defeated by Conan Whitehead, and Graham Usher got over the line in a last leg decider. He takes on Darryl Pilgrim, the man who won week 4 of this process. The Flying Eagle will be hoping to be at the top of the tungsten perch come Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So we've got 10 magnificent games coming up for you between now and around about 1 o'clock this morning. So strap yourselves in for a Thursday night at the darts. Get your cup of cocoa at the ready for a brilliant night of tungsten entertainment. I'm Henry Deacon, and I'm happy to say that alongside me for all of the evening's action, it is my pleasure to welcome Ciaran Teehan. Ciaran, how are you?
Oh, thanks, Henry. It's nice to be here.
The long-awaited debut of Ciaran Hammond in the commentary box here at the Super Series. And what have you made of the action that you've seen at Champions Week so far? It's been a really good standard.
It has been an incredible standard, but like I was just saying with Abby, I expect that because it's Champions Week. They've all been here before. They know what they've got to do, so let's hope they continue on doing it tonight.
177.
I think that's some way to start, isn't it?
Isn't it? And Darryl is the only one that hasn't actually played at this venue so far. So this is a little bit different for him. All of them have that bit of experience of having been up on that stage, but he seems to have taken to it like a duck to water.
He's enjoying the experience. I actually had a chat with Darryl when he threw his practice darts up on the stage earlier on this evening, and the first thing he commented on was the lights, how bright they are compared obviously to where we were before in the previous surroundings.
Yeah, exactly. It is a lot brighter here, and obviously he might be missing that squeaky floorboard.
No one's missing the squeaky floorboard, are they?
96.
You wouldn't think so. He's off to a flying start this first leg.
Yeah, leaving 190 after 6. And he is one of those players that can really get on a burst and can really fly out the traps. And it'd be interesting to see Graham Hall
58.
Following what happened yesterday to see how he responds to that setback. Now, he's not just favourite to win Group B, he's actually the favourite to win the entire week, to win the jackpot.
Darryl, you require 132.
That's interesting. I'm sure there's a lot of other players that have something to say about that.
11 of them to be exact.
100.
Well, leaving double 16 after 12 is Pilgrim. Really, really good start for the
44.
man from South London. Big Crystal Palace fan, as you can
32.
probably see with the pattern on his shirt.
Game shot on the first leg.
And a bit like
Darryl
Crystal Palace,
Pilgrim.
off to a flying start. Leading by a leg to nil. Opening leg break of throw against Graham Hall.
Yeah,
I
that's
suppose it was a break of
Darryl
Hall.
to throw first. Game on.
that's really important to get that first breaker throw, and to be able to do it in the first leg is even better, because now all he has to do is hold his own throw and he's through.
58.
You make it sound so simple.
It is simple if you can get that breaker throw.
I did have a chat with Graham early on this evening. We actually bumped into each other walking into the venue, and I did ask him how he spent the last 36 hours since the result against Graham Usher, or the Graham Usher result that sent him into Group B, and he basically said, well, he went back home. He's not too far from where we're based here in Portsmouth. He decided just to relax this evening. A little bit of a this morning, a bit of a lazy day in parts, and just relax. Have a little bit of time on the practice board, not too long, and then back down to Portsmouth for the action this evening.
It's nice to be able to have a bit of a lazy day beforehand. I think that there is definitely an advantage in playing in the evening sessions as opposed to the 9 a.m. starts during the week. So Yeah, let's see if it's worked for him.
60.
You darts players do like playing in the evenings, don't you? There's something about late night tungsten drama about you guys.
I don't know, actually. I think I'm a bit of a morning person, to be honest.
58.
Do you want to sit here at 9 o'clock tomorrow then?
No, I'll already be working away by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Not sure how that will fare after being here late tonight, but we'll see.
Had a bit of caffeine, I think you'll be fine.
140.
Might be a little bit more than a little bit.
Certain can that gives you wings.
140. Graham, you require 84.
Well, this has been a blockbuster start to our evening. Graham Hall leaving 84 after 12 after a 13-dart opening leg by Pilgrim. And so the bullseye to level us up.
59.
And that would have been both legs won within the
Darryl, you
space of
require
15
87.
darts. Excellent dart. Needs himself double 18. Now across for double 9.
69.
Doesn't go.
Graham, you require 25.
And so the break back opportunity for Graham Hall is very much on with his 25. 2 8s.
Game shot on the second leg.
Excellent
Graham
last dart.
Hall.
Use that first one as a little bit of a marker. Sometimes when the darts stand up like that on the double 8, it can actually make the bed a little bit
Third
bigger,
leg, it's
can't
Graham
it?
to throw first.
They're
Game
still all
on.
the same size, Henry. It's just an optical illusion. I did forget to mention about how a breaker throw is important, but it only really works if you can still hold your throw,
58.
which obviously Darryl hasn't done now. So we're back to 1 apiece, and this becomes an interesting match.
Back to the drawing board.
140.
Not it looks as if it's phased him much.
No, not really. We could see a whole match of breaker throws here. Could go all 7 legs like this.
What we like to call a breakathlon here at the Super Series.
140.
You've got too much time on your hands, Henry.
58.
I see you've settled into the commentary box quite comfortably.
Oh.
95. 98.
Well, that visit there's opened up the leg for Graham Hall for, well, I suppose in this game, a threat of a hold.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of them there were looking for the
96.
1-3-3 to leave them the big fish. Neither of them able to do it. But Graham now has left himself 112, so he'll be the first one to take a shot at a finish in this leg.
140.
It's going to be under
require
pressure, though.
112.
I know, Darryl's not going to let him get away with it lightly.
Tops are 2-1.
92.
Just underneath. And so Pilgrim returns
Darryl
for
requires 65.
65 for the third consecutive break in this opening game of the evening session. Tops he wants.
Game
And
shot on the
tops
third
he
leg.
gets.
Darryl Pilgrim.
And so that is the third consecutive breaker throw at the start of our first game of the evening session. It is advantage Pilgrim
Fourth
by
leg,
2
it's
legs
Darryl
to 1.
Throw first. Game on. 96.
Pilgrim's switching so far has been pretty much perfect.
Yeah, it's really important to be able to have that game under your belt, to be able to switch when you need to, and it's even better when you can hit those 57s as well.
100.
And at this level, when it is the 12 best players over the course of 12 weeks, small things get punished. So if you can go downstairs and
82.
Get those 57s, get those cover shots. Those are the differences, and we've seen it in games this week.
Yeah, well, he's just gone for the 25 there with his last start in that last shot. Not really quite sure why he would have done that. Maybe it would have made it easier for him to leave a
100.
finish from his next throw. Didn't work out the way he planned though, so now he's left himself on 323.
$59.
After a scintillating start, it's just been a little bit of a stalemate in this particular leg. That last leg won in 14, so Pilgrim's 2 legs have been won in
82.
27 darts.
This is the real pressure leg of the match because if Graham doesn't win this, all of a sudden Darryl's on a 3-1 lead, whereas Graham obviously wants to be able to even it up at 2-all.
65.
It is quite a critical leg in the match, which is probably showing in the way that they're throwing their darts in this one because it's certainly not as storming as what the first 3 legs have been.
And of course, Graham knows that it'll be a break back for 2-2 and the throw will be back in his favour from here on in.
59.
Left himself on a finish, Graham Hall, but Darryl Pilgrim can leave it the handier of the 2.
59. Graham, you require 160.
He doesn't really do so. Another. Tops.
140. Darryl, you require 140.
That was a fantastic effort, but if this first start doesn't go in here for Darryl, oh, here we go again. And tops.
100.
Both of them having a
Graham,
shot
you
at a ton
require
plus finish
20.
here, but it's Graham who's coming back for double 10 to even it up at 2-all.
Double 5.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
No one misses
Graham
5s,
Hall.
Henry.
No one misses 5s.
Actually, I do a lot.
Not meant to
Fifth
say
leg,
that.
it's
You meant to
Graham
pick
to throw
yourself up in the
first.
commentary box.
Game on.
There's no point lying.
You sure Chris Mason spent weeks in here saying that he had no chance of winning week 12 and he did it?
I know, that's why he wasn't bigging himself up. He was just trying to fly under the radar. And it worked well
57.
for him too. Be great to see him in action later this evening.
Be full circle, won't it, for you? He's commentated, I'm sure, many of your
81.
matches, and you can reverse the...
Exactly. Yeah. Who knows what I'll say while he's playing.
revenge.
Doesn't like the look of that first start drop there, so he's going to have to switch down the bottom. Low again.
43.
Oh, he was doing the round the board trick. Looking for that 54, but landed on the 4.
Is that a sign that he's not settled, that he's chased around the board in a scoring visit so early?
Yeah, that was definitely
100.
chasing. The first 2 darts dropped lower than what he wanted them, obviously, and didn't feel that he could get one above, which is why he's gone in those 3 bigger segments. Well, 3 bigger numbers, I should say, 20, 19, 18. Handy shot if you can pick up that 54 with the last one.
140.
That's much better.
You may have recalibrated.
137.
Needs a treble here to give himself a bit of an advantage because with Pilgrim right behind him already on
57.
183, he's potentially going to leave himself a handy finish here after this shot.
And again, it's that cover shot on the treble
96.
19s, which is helping him out. He's himself on 87 after 12, and this is for yet another break.
$57. Darryl, you require
And so Pilgrim
87.
leaves 87 for a 3-2 lead, a break of throw, and give him the chance to throw for the match, the opening game of the evening. The bullseye
62.
was not far away. He gave it a good old scare.
Graham, you require 147.
Big ask of Graham here to finish out this 147. Let's see what he's got. Oh, he was close.
87.
He got the reds, but he struggled
Yeah.
on the
Darryl,
colours.
you require 25. Game shot on the 5th leg.
Makes easy
Darryl
work of that.
Pilgrim.
Now let's see if he can hold his throw to take out the match.
Yeah,
6th leg,
crucial
it's
break
Darryl
that
to
for
throw
Darryl
first.
Pilgrim, and
Game on.
the Eagle might be off to a flying start here. But he will not want to be
60.
like his Crystal Palace team, who plays well and then ends up not getting results.
I wish I could follow that conversation with you, Henry, but I'm just not into football.
81.
Don't worry, people just usually ignore me anyway.
Never.
96.
Again on those 57s. He has done it really well this match.
$76.
Great first start there. And that's always so disappointing when the first start's in there and then the next two don't. If it had been reversed with the first start 1, second start treble 5, then you're always so glad to hit that 60. But when it's
134.
first start 60, it becomes such a disappointing shot.
Because you feel like there's so much more you could have given to the visit.
Exactly, yeah.
$96.
He's going to get 6 for the match here at 2-11. Again, the 19s have been such a friend to him.
133.
Yeah, no fussing around this time. He just went straight down there, which the 171 was a shot to leave tops anyway, but he's, you know, the 133 leaves him a handy little 78.
Next best prize.
And he's still going to
25.
have 6 starts from
Darryl
here.
requires 78.
He's got the luxury of time. 20 for tops for Pilgrim for the first win
58.
of the group, but he will return. Wow, pressure has been applied.
180. Darryl, you required 20.
He is going to feel like that was too little too late, though.
Game, shot, and
Because
the
it is
match.
too
Yeah.
little,
Darryl
too late.
Pilgrim.
And Darryl Pilgrim secures the opening win of Group B. He gets the better of Graham Hall by 4 legs to 2 with an average of 92.12. 4 out of 9 on the doubles, 65 high out. Graham Hall got the solitary maximum of the match, but it was the 2 from 8 on the doubles which came to plague him in the end. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see the winner of week 6, the first ever night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, Ciaran Teehan. He takes on, well, the best playing commentator out there at the minute. It's Chris Mason, and that's next.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Darryl Pilgrim has got off to a perfect start, getting the better of the favourite to win Group B in Graham Hall. Sorry, not Usher. He's already through to finals night. Graham Hall. Next up then, we've got Chris Mason against Ciaran Teehan, and Henry caught up with both of them before this match.
Chris, swapping the microphone for the darts tonight. How are we feeling?
Yeah, a little bit nervous. Really tough group, good group of lads. So, yeah, I'm up against it.
Ciaran, welcome to Champions Week. You were the first man to win in this building, so what's it like to return?
Yeah, good memories from the first time I was here, so hopefully be more the same over the next couple of nights.
Obviously, Champions Week this week. How are you viewing it from your mindset?
Just to try and enjoy it, and whatever happens, happens. You know, when you sort of get to my stage, you hope you play well, but you just don't know, and you just stand there, throw the darts. If they go in, they go in. If they don't, they don't. I
can imagine those good memories will serve you well in a week like this week when you've got so many good players in the field.
Yeah, well, there's never easy groups down here anyway, but especially on a week like this, you know, everybody's had to win a week just to get here, so anybody who's here is here on merit, you know, so no, I'm looking forward now to get through the group hopefully, and then on to Saturday night for the main one.
Kind of out there to enjoy yourself, and then anything else basically is a bonus.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I've got no expectation. The pressure's all on them. They don't want to lose to a commentator, do they? So, yeah, I'm just going to really try and enjoy myself, see if I can, you know, muster up some good darts.
You played on the biggest stages, like Ali Pali and everything like that, but how important is this week for you in your darting career?
Oh, brilliant. Even when we were in Southampton, it was just the same again, playing under the lights, under the cameras, you know, and against top quality players constantly is only going to improve you. So I can't say enough about the Live League, and what everybody involved in MODUS has been putting on for us is brilliant, both playing and financial wise, you know, so it's brilliant.
Spent the first 3 days in the commentary box together, and we know the standard that's at play this week.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why I know I'm up against it. The numbers from last week compared to this week are totally different, so I know I'm going to have to, some of my best stuff from last week, I've got to try and reproduce this week. You got a taste for it on opening night. What would it be like to be back here on Champions Night in front of a crowd?
Hopefully that's the plan anyway. I love the crowd, so let's concentrate on the first 2 nights first, and then we'll worry about that when it comes to it.
Ciaran, we wish you well.
Cheers, thanks very much.
Yeah, Chris Mason through to Champions Week at the first time of asking. Still trying to deflect that pressure off of himself, though, isn't he? Up against Ciaran Teehan, who's won just shy of 50% of his games in this tournament so far. Of course, he was the winner on the opening night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Who's going to come out on top in this one? Let's hand back over to our commentary team.
Abby, thank you very much indeed. And so the return of Chris Mason to the Super Series stage as he takes on Ciaran Teehan, the first ever winner on opening night here at the Super Series back in September. Mason playing down his chances once again of progression through to Champions Night on Saturday. Apparently, Corinne, nobody likes to lose to a commentator.
Like I said before, he's just, you know, flying low, hanging under the radar there, just wants to talk himself down, and then, yeah, let's see what he can do. But no doubt he has the game in him, absolutely, to get through a week last week to make it to Champions Week says enough. So even though he doesn't really play, well, he hasn't played competitively for quite a long time now, has he? You know, he's still got the game there.
First leg, it's Chris to throw first.
Yeah, don't worry,
Game
we don't
on.
believe him. It is Mason who has the darts in this opening leg, and we could be close to a milestone here at the Super Series. On 2,698 180s for this particular phase. 2 more and we'll reach 2,700. That is staggering.
That is a lot of 180s.
100.
Make that 2,699.
Just goes to show the quality of players, really.
100.
To think some of these haven't got tour cards as well. All of them haven't got tour cards as well. That just shows the standard at play here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of great players
42.
around. And not all of them have tour cards.
And it is just a vehicle for players to strut their stuff, do their
85.
thing. Even if they haven't got a tour card, to play on a big stage in front of TV cameras, opportunities that in the past maybe would only come once a year.
Yeah, that is correct.
135.
This is such a great opportunity for players to be involved in something like this. There's, massive exposure available for them, and if they can continue producing games like what we've seen in this
140.
series, so far, that opens
Ciaran,
up
you
even more
require
opportunities.
144.
Having the tour card isn't the be all and end all, really, and that's just proving this.
Plenty of avenues now in the world of darts.
88. Chris, you require 81.
Plenty of doors have been opened. Chris Mason looking to open the door to the opening leg. Double 12 to do so.
Game
Double
shot
12
on the
he will
first
get.
leg. Chris
And the man who
Mason.
keeps playing himself down, keeps playing good darts again. And Mason leads Teehan by a leg to nil, the holder throw.
Second leg, it's Ciaran to throw
And
first.
Teehan who
Game
kicked
on.
off that opening leg with a max.
63.
I bet he really would have wanted a maximum score to start this leg, considering he's now going to be trying to hold his own throw.
81. 140.
That's much better from Ciaran there.
100. 100.
But he's wrestled control of the second with throw as Teehan. And in this Group B, even though there's 3 from 5 that go through, because you've got less games than
60.
any other group, you have to set your stall out early.
I think that's always the plan for any group that you're playing in, whether there is 5 or 6 players, you want to get out there, and particularly win your
100.
first match. Get that first one under your belt, make it a little bit more comfortable. When you've lost that first match, for your second match, you're going, oh God, I have to win this one. Otherwise, I could be right at the bottom of the table.
90. Ciaran, you require 98.
Double 19. Splits.
66. Chris, you require 170.
So can Mason reel in the big fish? Not this time.
45. Ciaran, you require 32.
So Teehan to level us up. Wants
Game shot on the
32.
second
Decided
leg.
to split on the
Ciaran
double
Teehan.
19. And in the end, it turned out to be the correct play because he levels it. Game up at 1 apiece. He doesn't look comfortable
Third
on
leg,
the
it's Chris to
stage.
throw first.
I think he
Game
still
on.
feels that there's gears to go.
$140.
Good standard. The average is 92.61 for Mason. 101.36 for Ciaran Teehan.
44.
I've no doubt they can keep this standard up for the entire match.
Well,
57.
Chris Mason's daily average of the first 2 days was around 91 last week, so we know the levels that he is capable of.
60.
I'm sure he feels he's got more gears to go with that too.
No doubt. He won't tell us.
No, he won't.
100.
He'll just want to show us, not tell us.
Commentator will want to walk the walk.
100.
I suppose to him, it's to be just a nice experience just to go out and play again and enjoy playing again after so long.
140.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that he hasn't played at all, but obviously not anything like this for quite a number of years. So yeah, obviously he's having fun and enjoying it. That's what got him through last week,
44.
I guess, and
Chris,
some
you
really
require
good darts
64.
as well. But yeah, to be back again this week, it's great. Double 8
Game shot on the third leg.
makes it look
Chris
so
Mason.
easy too.
It's like he knows what he's talking about.
I know.
Fourth
It's
leg, it's Ciaran
amazing,
to
isn't
throw
it?
first. Game on.
This match is quite different to the first one. We've had holds of throw for the first 3 legs now already, whereas last match,
140.
no one could hold their throw.
No holds in the first 3, as you mentioned in that one. It was a bit of a
100.
breakathlon that Pilgrim won by 4 legs to 2. And the thing is, the players who've held throw, they haven't really been threatened either against the
100.
darts.
No, that is true, and that's something that you really want to be when you are trying to hold your throw. Obviously, you want to get ahead
85.
and be able to hold that throw. That was a really dumb thing to say. Of course, that's what you would want to do. I'm even laughing at myself
60.
now, Henry.
You really have settled into the commentary box.
Oh, it's going to be a long evening.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
96.
Great to have you with us as part of the team, Corinne.
$60.
It's just nice to have someone that knows what they're talking about alongside me this evening. You know, I can't say anything. I can't talk about the experiences of the top players on the stage, whereas you've been in world finals, and it's great to get your
19.
perspective.
Here, and you require 141.
I probably have a little bit different perspective to these players are out here tonight. I guess sometimes women see darts a little bit differently to what men do.
44.
We can be a little bit more pragmatic about what we do and how we play and so on and so forth. But I definitely do understand the feelings of being up on a stage and playing in front of crowds and playing in front of TV and things like that.
95. Ciaran, you require 97.
So double
Game
12 for
shot on the
Teehan,
fourth leg.
4-2-2,
Ciaran
and it's
Teehan.
yet another holder throw. And if we're carrying on at this pace, we're going to go all the way to the 7th leg, and Chris Mason will probably end up winning.
Fifth leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Well, if they continue to hold their throw, then yes, that's exactly what would happen. But that's what you like to see too, and players feel more comfortable when they're able to hold their own throw. Again, this is
85.
going to be a really important leg in this match because both of them are going to want to go into the next leg being 3-2 up. Ciaran even more so because he will have the
95.
darts in the 6th leg.
A lot of toing and throwing in this match.
$97. $137. $44.
Mace won't be happy with himself there with that shot. He really needed to get in a treble to make it easier to leave himself a finish after his next shot.
59.
Wasn't punished too badly there because Ciaran's not left himself a finish either. So, oh, here we go.
140.
Not the 180, but a 140 does leave him a nice 135.
It just puts him back in control of the leg because Teehan was threatening the first break of throw of the match.
125. Chris, you require 135.
Still does if this 135 doesn't go. Dribble 20.
$99. Ciaran, you require
He's
85.
double 18 if this 85 doesn't go. This is for a break of throw. Potential 14 darter incoming for Teehan. Tops.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And there it is, that
Ciaran
first break of
Teehan.
throw, that crucial break of throw for Ciaran Teehan. And it puts him within a leg of victory, and he has the darts to do
6th
it.
leg, it's Ciaran to throw first. Game on. $100. 95. 140.
In a game littered with 140s. Chris Mason with 4, Teehan with 3, both averaging 92.
100. 53. 129.
After 2 treble 19s, went up for 25, didn't find it, so not on a finish, and so it opens the door for Teehan here
96.
to go on and win the match 4-2. We saw Pilgrim win 4-2 after a nip-and-tuck battle in the opening game against Graham Hall, but this one 12 will be
97.
under severe pressure.
Here and you require 112.
You really get the feeling that he needs to finish this 112 because I've no doubt Mace will be chomping at the bit there to get to the 80.
96. Chris, you require 80.
You should get a dart at tops. He will get that dart at tops.
40.
But he won't pin it. And so
Here and you
Teehan
require
returns
16.
for double 8. With 4-2 win. And to get his group campaign off to a perfect start.
No score.
But Mace
Chris, you
returns
require
for tops.
40.
I guess that first 2 darts of double 8 there didn't make it bigger for him that time.
May have made the target a bit smaller.
I bet it was
Game
getting
shot on the
smaller and
6th
smaller.
flag.
There you go,
Chris
Mace
Mason.
pins double 10 to bring it back to 3-all. So a breaker throw each. Mason with the darts here in
So
the
in the
7th
final
leg.
leg, it's Chris to throw first.
This is what I meant earlier. I
Game on.
need someone alongside me who's played the game. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Some of the things I've said already tonight, you wouldn't know what I'm talking about either.
100. 131.
Of course, we'll see you back in action in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, we have the PDC Ladies Series in Wigan next weekend. So looking forward to getting up there
140.
and getting on the board again. Yeah, it's been a while. So let's see how it goes.
You're doing a Mace swapping the commentary mic
60.
for the darts.
I think I'm much better playing darts as opposed to talking about darts.
Doing a sterling job this evening, Ciaran.
97.
Thanks, Henry. You're too kind. After 9, Mason's left himself on 164. That'd be nice to see a 164 checkout early in the evening.
41. Chris, you require
have to go for it, though.
164.
Oh, but would he? No, he wouldn't. Doesn't matter. He's missed with the first dart anyway.
54.
We'll never know.
You'll never know. Yeah.
I suppose we could pop our heads backstage after the game and ask.
82.
I think sometimes you get in
Chris,
two
you
minds with
require
those kind of things
110.
because you think, I don't really have to go for it because they're not on a finish. But then you think, I can go for it because I'm going to have time to try and fix it up.
$70.
I fixed that one up there quite nicely after the first 2 terrible darts, Mace.
Well, from 3-2 down, Chris
96.
Mason may have found a
Chris, you
way
require
to
40.
secure victory. Tops for it. After Teehan missed those darts for the match in the previous leg.
No score.
Mason has a misfire of his own.
Ciaran, you require 91.
Just makes it all the more exciting, doesn't it? 91. What's he going to do here? Is he going to start with the bull or is he going to go straight for the 51? 51. I would have gone bull myself.
Guarantee you the chance
35.
at something.
Well, provided that
Christian
you hit that
required
25 or
40.
bullseye. Yeah.
Double 10.
20.
Oh, 6 missed starts.
Ciaran
one wants this
required
match.
56.
Well, someone has to win it. Don't have draws here at the Super Series. Tops.
Game, shots, and the match.
Makes no
Ciaran
mistake about it this
Teehan.
time when he had the opportunity to win the match. Mace will be really disappointed with himself there. Missed 6 starts to win the match. But that's what happens. That starts for you, Henry.
Indeed it is, and this is the tail of the tape at 85.23 average for Teehan, the solitary max of the match, 4 out of 11 on the doubles, a 97 high out. So it's victory for him. Chris Mason will root those missed darts at double. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we'll see the last player we haven't seen yet in Group B in action. It's Conan Whitehead up against Graham Hall.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Ciaran Teehan come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Chris Mason. Mace came into this week playing down his chances of progressing through to finals night, but kicked off with a 14-dart hold of throw. Teehan responded with a comfortable hold of his own, and it was the Irishman who got the all-important break in that one. A 15-dart leg finished on tops to move within one of victory. Teehan then missed 4 match darts, and Mace forced a decider in that one. It was then Mace's turn to miss, though. 6 match darts of his own came and went. Teehan pinning tops to get over the line. 3 out of 12 on the outer ring for Mace in that one. That explains the grimace on his face as he left the stage at the end of that one. He'll certainly be ruining those missed chances at the back end of legs in that match. Next up then, we've got Conan Whitehead against Graham Hall. These two have met 5 times previously at the Super Series. Conan winning 4 of those meetings, including 2 of their 3 games in Group A earlier this week. For Hall, this is his second match of the night. He lost his opener and will want to improve on the outer ring, that's for certain. He is actually the bookies' favourite to get the points in this one at 8-11 to come through. Let's find out who does come out on top and rejoin our commentary team.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. So, Conan Whitehead, we are going to see for the first time this evening, but in the last battle between this particular pair, it was a crucial one, and it was one that Conan Whitehead got the better of Graham Hall. And yesterday, that was the result that ultimately cost Graham Hall his chances of qualifying for Champions Night via Group A. Graham Usher stepping in and getting the job done. But what is going to happen on Thursday? A new day, new group, new hopes and new expectations for the Barbarian, a former quarter-finalist at the BDO World Championships, up against Graham Hall, who is making his name in the sport in 2022. But interestingly, we've had some stats through Corinne about Graham Hall's first match, and that was his second lowest average in 33 matches.
Well, no doubt he's disappointed by that, and I'm glad you didn't run out there and tell him that, Henry.
I'm not that horrible, you know that.
Yeah, well, I would like to think not. But obviously his first game, he came out with a loss. He is hoping to rectify that now here in his second match against Conan. And looks off to a pretty good start, as was Conan, opening up with 140.
Well, we say that's his second lowest average. He still averaged 82.79. That's the standard he's been playing at.
Yeah, I mean, I would love for my second lowest average, you know, all the time in 50-odd matches to be 82 as well. Can't be too... He'd be more disappointed with the loss than what he will about his average. He would have been quite happy to win that match with a 12 average. Averages don't always mean everything.
Did you watch my game at the Southampton series the other day?
100.
And after 9 darts, Conan's left himself 161. Excellent.
$100. Conan, you require 161.
Well, I know for sure, had Conan have had the opportunity to have a shot at that 161, he would have taken it, because Graham's right behind him here on 121. With a chance for the first leg and a breaker throw.
We saw that opening game he had against Darryl Pilgrim get dictated to against the darts.
Conan, you require 96.
He's left himself on double 12 after 12, so he's saying to Conan, you're going to have to get this out now.
Quite a tricky dart there right under the 60, because obviously he needs to, with 76 left. Obvious shot. Oh, he's gone for the double 18.
56.
Didn't play in his favour.
Graham, you require
but has
24.
left himself 40. Will he get a shot at it, though?
Game shot on the first leg.
No, he will not.
Graham Hall.
That is the emphatic answer from Graham Hall. 13 darter to start. He leads 1-0 with a breaker throw. And
game on.
If an 82.79 is his second lowest average, then we should expect some blockbuster stuff, and that is what he's providing here early on.
95.
And we are going to see you in action down at the Guildhall in a few weeks, Corinne, at the Night of the Darts at the Untouchables.
Oh, yes, Friday the 9th of December. Anyone who hasn't got their tickets already should go out and do so right away. Stellar lineup for the night. Not saying that because I'm going to be there. I'm not including myself in that. But we will have the likes of Michael Van Gerwen, Simon Whitlock, Fallon Sherrick, just to name a few.
Head over to dartshop.tv to get your tickets for that blockbuster night at the Hours at the Untouchables in Portsmouth. The Guildhall, the place to be on Friday the 9th of December. And why don't you make it a double darting weekend? Why don't you turn up to the Untouchables on Friday and come here to the Live Lounge on the Saturday night? Couldn't think of anything better, Corinne.
A whole weekend of watching live darts, Henry. That's what weekends are made of.
Absolutely.
60.
Can't get enough of the darts at the minute.
$96.
I'm sure Bobby George will entertain us as well.
Oh, Bobby is very entertaining. So yes, no doubt about that.
97. Graham, you require
Nice last start
154.
there from Conan to leave himself the 104.
Double 17 for 154 for Graham
Conan, you
Hall.
require 104.
What a blockbuster checkout that would have been.
Yeah, must have liked the lay of the first start there, so just kept it there, even though double 17
56.
is not one of the favourable
Graham,
doubles,
required
only because of the
34.
terrible split that it leaves you, but sometimes that's a needs-must situation.
The least used double on the board.
Game shot on the second leg.
But he found it.
Graham
He
Hall.
has. This is going to make him feel a lot more comfortable having a 2-0
Third leg, it's Conan to throw
lead
first.
here over Conan.
Game on.
I think Conan's quietly having a word to himself here.
Well, in fact,
83.
of our players going into tonight's session, there's only been 2 darts at double between them on double 17 in this particular phase. And they both came from players in Group C. So no one's had a dart at double 17 out of
43.
this group. That is how infrequently it's used.
What a random fact to know, Henry.
Need to get out more.
Yeah, you do.
140. $140. $26.
Oh, that's a harsh 26. Couple of millimetres in that would have been another 140.
And that's the joy of the wonderful game.
Yeah, that's why we love darts.
100.
Because it wasn't as if they were poorly thrown darts.
No.
They're not poorly thrown.
140.
Oh, couldn't quite get that last one in there. But has left himself a nice 112.
Just give him a bit of a spark, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. He really needs to get a leg under his belt here to
58.
make him feel that
Conan,
little
you
bit more
require
comfortable
112.
and not like he's chasing so much, because that's exactly how he's going to be feeling at the moment, that he's just chasing it all.
Feel like he's in the match,
52.
wouldn't he?
Graham, you require 160.
Well, he came close on the 154 in the last leg. What will he do with the 160 in this? Well, there's your answer. So Whitehead has the opportunity to bring a leg back.
44.
Well, he wasn't able to
Conan, you
replicate
require
his shot at
60.
160 in his first match against Darryl there, where he hit the first 2 trebles and then missed the top.
Game shot on the third leg.
And there
Conan
we go.
Whitehead.
Conan's on the board. Was a hold of throw, though, so he is really going to
Fourth
need
leg, it's
to
Graham to throw
break
first.
Graham here
Game on.
to get it back to 2-all and get it all back on track.
Because you don't want that pressure. Go 3-1 behind and having to chase everything with
60.
any kind of comfort blanket.
Yeah, absolutely. 3-1 means obviously you've got to win 4 legs on the spin.
180.
And there he is with his first 180. I think he set himself a bit of a target tonight for 180s because he was asking me earlier this evening how many 180s he has hit this week already in the first 3 days, because he likes to be the front runner in these kind of things, does our Coco.
100.
That was our 2,700th 180 of the series.
Oh, he'll be impressed to know that he was the one that got that too.
140.
Well, going into this week, he had 24 maximums in Group A.
Yeah, he wasn't
42.
impressed when I told him that Chaz actually was in the lead there with 26 from Group A. So then he quickly asked me
60.
how many 180s Chaz hit today. So he knew what his target was.
So if it gets to the acquired number, we know why. There's
Yeah.
a massive war on the stage.
58. Conan, you require 121.
Well, he only needs 4 tonight for that as well.
Yeah. Got 6 starts on this 1-1. Is he going to need them?
85.
He'll be back for the 36. Graham right behind there on 2-4-1. Needs to hit at least 1 treble. Not a treble 5, though.
40.
I was going to say he needs at least 1 treble to
36.
put some kind of pressure on the
Game
shot,
shot on
but
the fourth leg.
didn't get the memo.
Conan
It needed to be
Whitehead.
a big treble. And there we go. Conan's just leveled up the match at 2-all.
As we said, that 4th leg was going to be
Fifth
so
leg, it's
crucial.
Conan to throw
It
first.
can almost be the difference between game on and game over.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Conan's going to be a lot more comfortable now going into this 5th leg at 2-all than what he would have been 3-1 down.
140.
Had all the treble bed there for the taking. Couldn't get it in.
100. 100.
It could have only been one outcome with that last dart there, the way the first 2 stood up.
Yeah, would have been really disappointing had it have not found that treble 20 bed there. Conan really has turned it on in the last couple of legs here.
96.
I feel like his game's probably shot up a lot since the first couple of legs. Obviously, he's won the last 2, but yeah, a lot more steady. I say that as he hits a 1.
121.
But he's proved your point with the 2 trebles.
Yeah, exactly. See, that's a great shot. If the first 2 had been the trebles and the last start would have been a 1, really disappointing, but it's great to be able to correct it from the 1 as being the first start to then bring it into the 2 treble 20s.
92. Conan, you require 140. 60.
Well, he'll be back for 80 with Graham back on 213.
140. Conan, you require 80.
There's severe pressure now on this 80 and the slip into the single 5.
Ooh, it's going to have to be the 25 bullseye route. Oh, it's a nice sider for the bullseye.
46.
That was not a good dart at the bullseye, Conan.
Graham, you require 73.
And he's left himself that 34. The least used double on the board, isn't it, Henry? 14 for tops.
53.
Oh, just under the wire
Conan, you
there.
require 34.
Did you know Conan hasn't gone for double 17 in this phase?
Never would have guessed. Still not going to go for it now.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Done the switch
Conan
for the 2
Whitehead.
double 16.
Decided the switcheroo to pull off the switcheroo.
Sixth leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Suddenly, Graham Hall, who had held all the aces in this game, finds
85.
himself trying to keep his hopes alive.
140.
Well, we've just seen, I mean, Graham won the first 2 legs, and now we've seen Conan's won the last 3. So if I was saying if he was going in 3-1 down, he was going to need to win all 4 legs in a row to be able to win. But I mean, he very well could just win 4 legs in a row now
100.
and come away with a comfortable 4-2 win.
He's hit 7 140s in this match.
He'll be disappointed that that's not 7 180s.
140.
Make that 8. Average 97.5, pretty much. Graham Hall, 87.15. 3 from 5 on the doubles bed for Conan. It's been a really good
58.
performance, and he may well be about to round it up.
$140.
And another 140 there. He's like a 140 machine.
Going to be staying away from the treble 20s now.
Conan, you require
Down we go.
81.
Treble 19, double 12 will be the route for Whitehead. And so the ball for the win for Whitehead
42.
doesn't go.
Not very good at this bull.
Graham, you require
That's 2
118.
shots now that haven't been near it, but yeah, that happens sometimes. Hasn't left himself 34 though, it's 39, but will he have the chance to come back for it?
5 double 17.
I doubt that's the way he'll go, Henry.
94. Conan, you require 39. Game,
Yeah.
shots, and the match.
There it
Conan
is, the
Whitehead.
4-2 win for Conan, which gets him up and running. Disappointing for Graham, no doubt, because now that's 2 from 2 losses.
And incredibly, in the history of the Super Series, Graham Hall has only lost once on 2-0 up. That was to Conan Whitehead on Tuesday. History is repeating itself at the Super Series, and it feels as if Conan Whitehead is Graham Hall's bogey opponent. These are the stats in from this one. A 96.2 average for Whitehead. The game's solitary maximum, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, and a high out of 60. Graham Hall treated us to the brilliant double 17 that we don't get to see all too often, but it is 2 defeats from 2 for the man who just missed out on progression from Group A on Wednesday. Well, we're going to take a short break here on Sporty Stuff TV. When we return, Darryl Pilgrim will be hoping to be the first man to double up his tally of victories as he takes on Chris Mason.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's been an incredibly surprising start for our group favourite Graham Hall. He's had back-to-back defeats at the start of Group B. There he is, going down 4-2 to Conan Whitehead in that last match. Plenty of ebbs and flows in that one. Some nervy darts, frustration for both at times, but Conan Whitehead, who was thoroughly enjoying his walk-on music being played at the end of that one, off to a winning start. 57% checkout success for him, an average in excess of 96. A really solid start to the evening's play for Whitehead in that one. Next up then, we've got Darryl Pilgrim up against Chris Mason. Pilgrim getting off to a winning start as well. As I mentioned, he's one of the players who has condemned Graham Hall to defeat already so far this evening. As for Chris Mason, frustration for him in his opening defeat to Ciaran Teehan this evening. Of course, he missed match darts in that one, but he is a man who is through to Champions Week at the first time of asking. There he is, pinning the winning double to get the better of Tony O'Shea on finals night. So it is Chris Mason up against Darryl Pilgrim in our next match of the evening session. Who will come out on top in this one? Let's hand back over to our commentary team to find out.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. Chris Mason looking to get victory on the board here against Darryl Pilgrim. He will not want to get on a run of defeats. He will not want to have a slip, although, unlike Steven Gerrard, he will have a job to return to on Saturday here in the commentary box.
Again, with the football references. Can't follow
Come
those
on,
conversations.
Corinne,
I
you've
think
done
that was
me there.
I think that was well done that I even recognised the name Steven Gerrard. So that's about my limit.
Well, the Flying Eagle got off to a flying start, getting the better of Graham Hall by 4-2 up against Chris Mason, who was on the wrong end of a 4-3 defeat against Ciaran Teehan. Had darts to win that particular matchup. But it is Pilgrim who has the honour in the odd-numbered legs.
97.
And straight on to switching down to that 57. Seems like a natural part of his game.
I suppose it helps when you're a quicker player, because I suppose instinctively, if you know the bed's blocked, you just think, yeah, let's just go straight down. Don't ruin my rhythm.
Don't mess around.
60. $100.
Well, he's definitely going to switch after that first die. Didn't like that one bit.
96.
I wonder he'll get to a point where he thinks, do you know what? Let's just start on the 19s.
I wouldn't
40.
think so, because it's all about that rhythm. And, you know, instinctively, his first start is always going to be up there for the treble 20, which he's dropping them quite low, which is why he is switching down the bottom, but not making many mistakes with that 57, which is helping him out quite well.
Been a bit like a direct line insurance policy so far.
Oh,
58.
wow.
Darryl, you require 152.
Are they going to get worse as the night goes on, Henry?
Unfortunately, yes. The darts might get better for Pilgrim if he could have found a second treble to have a pop at the double 16 for the 152. He's going to return, and he's going to return for double 18. Mason can only apply the pressure here.
100.
It's going to be oodles of it.
Darryl, you require 36. Game shot on the first leg. Darryl Pilgrim.
Didn't feel the pressure at all there. Straight in, first start, double 18, and the first leg on the board.
Second leg, it's
holding his throw, which he wasn't able to
on.
do to start with in his first match, but still came out the eventual winner. Mason's going to be looking to even that right up here in this
100.
leg.
And the players will see the group table because there is a monitor
59.
in the practice room. And they will all know that Graham Hall's lost his first 2 games. And so for the likes of Chris Mason, who lost their opener, if they can back
140.
it up and get onto 2 points, they already hold a trump card against one of the players. And with 3 from 5 going through, it means you just need to get the better one more and you're into the finals on Saturday as Pilgrim piles in
180.
the game's opening max.
$91.
You know what we were saying about the really good standard? Averages 100.91, 96.43 for Mason in the averages.
And
58.
And as I was
Christian
saying before,
require
probably feels like he's got a
170.
lot more in the tank. Another shot at the big fish here. No, we're not going to see that just yet.
Teasing us.
58.
He'll be back for the 112.
$58. Christian require 112.
So tops to level us up.
Game
And a
shot on the
112
second
finish. That
leg.
is excellent.
Chris
That is
Mason.
ace for Mace.
Oh, they are worse, aren't they?
Third leg, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on.
Spend half an hour in the company of me and Chris Murphy. That is quite some experience.
96.
Oh, I can imagine.
$17.
Wait a minute, can we just start this again, lads?
Yeah. Mace will wish he could just start this leg all over again. You know, but sometimes that just happens. Sometimes they just
61.
don't go in. If they went where you wanted them to all the time, everyone would be hitting 9 darters. Every leg would be a 9 darter.
See, that'd get boring in the end.
Well, it would, wouldn't it?
140.
Yeah.
Give me a little bit of missed double drama.
That's always fun here. You know, both players on double one.
134.
Yeah, I've been involved in a match like that in a World Championships. Actually, it was awful.
Just get it for goodness sake.
Exactly. You get to the point where
85.
you are okay with the other player hitting it because you just want the leg to be over.
Unless it's the 5th leg of the 5th set.
134.
Another great cover shot there from Darryl. Left himself a nice tidy 76.
40.
Unable
Darryl,
to
you
find the
require
treble with that last
76.
start, which would have left him 170.
He's missed
Oh,
the big
missed.
number.
Yeah, big numbers. They are
44.
the worst ones. Single numbers.
Because there's an expectation to get, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. You feel like that should be the easiest
59.
thing in the
Darryl,
world
you
to do is
require
hit that big
32.
number to leave yourself the double. But obviously that's not the case
Game
because if
shot
it
on the
was,
third
you'd never
leg.
miss the
Darryl
20
Pilgrim.
ever through the leg either. So, yeah. There we go. Darryl just puts away 32 to
Fourth leg, it's Chris to throw first.
go ahead
Game
2-1.
on.
And this is a big passage of play coming up here for Mason. Doesn't want to join Hall on 2 defeats on 2.
140.
No, and again, it's another crucial leg because it's much easier to go into the 5th leg being 2-2 than what it is being behind 3-1 and then knowing that you've got to win 4 legs on the spin to come away with the match.
59.
Darryl's probably feeling quite comfortable at this point in time, knowing that, you know, he's not going to be behind at the end of this leg, regardless of the result.
140.
But is Mason making his march? Pilgrim pegs him back. An ironic look as he
180.
pins the maximum. As to say, where have they been?
Oh,
93.
that was one shot. He didn't have to go down to the 57s. Really going to need to switch here. Still got the chance. 54.
92. Yes. Christian required 128.
Treble 20. Ball. No.
56. Darryl, you require 170.
Late night fishing, Corinne?
Are we going to see it this time? No, not again. Surely we're going to have someone have a shot at a 170 tonight.
94. Christian requires
Maybe not
72.
get it, but at least have a proper go at it.
40.
Oh, just on the wrong side of the
Darryl, you
wire there for
require
Mace.
76.
Sees Darryl coming back for 76. This is where he did miss the big number. No need for a big number this time. And double 4.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Makes no mistake with
Darryl
that one.
Pilgrim.
And has a nice, comfortable lead at 3-1. And holding the darts here in this fifth leg.
Fifth leg,
with
it's
the
Darryl to throw
opportunity
first.
to take
Game
out the
on.
match. So now it's all on Mace here, needing to win these next 3 legs.
96.
Yeah, he's going to have to win all 3 legs from here, and he's going to have to pull off the Tuckton turnaround. Pilgrim has just wrestled the game
60.
back into his control. It's kind of similar to what he did in that first game against Graham Hall, where it was pretty nip and tuck for the most part, but then towards the finishing line, he just found another gear to get the win.
134. 55.
Just not going where they want to for Mace at the moment.
$139.
That was a great shot there from Darryl, leaving himself the 132. He's going to have, well, at least 6 starts on that.
But that was the reverse. He went down to go up.
96. Darryl, you require 132.
And have to go the champagne route. So decided to go
92.
across.
Yeah, another 16 to leave him a nice tidy tops there.
A 13 darter to win the match. Convincingly as well.
140.
With an average just under
Darryl, you
at
require
98.
40.
Pilgrim is the man who is pulling up the trees so
Game,
far
shots,
in Group
and the
B.
match.
And
Darryl
he is the
Pilgrim.
first player to win 2 from 2, and in impressive style as well. Following on from a 92 average in his opening win against Graham Hall, he averages a shade under 97 in a 4-1 success against Chris Mason. 4 out of 6 on the doubles, 2 180s in that match. Mace's only leg came courtesy of a 112 checkout. And it is Darryl Pilgrim who sets the tone here in Group B. It's been a fantastic start for him. After this short break, we're going to see Ciaran Teehan in action. He can join him on 4 points, as can Conan Whitehead. So it could be getting tight at the top of this Group B. See who's going to join Pilgrim at the summit after this short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And don't forget that you could be part of finals night as well. Just visit dartshop.tv to book your free ticket to Saturday night's action. Why would you want to be anywhere else, eh? Back to tonight's action then, and we've just seen Darryl Pilgrim come through with a 4-1 victory over Chris Mason, really setting the standard with that performance in that match. Next up, we've got Ciaran Teehan against Conan Whitehead. Here we can see Whitehead with a 180 in his match against Hall. Interesting to hear how much he thinks about topping the 180 leaderboards from Corinne in commentary earlier on in that match. That, of course, the 2,700th 180 in this series. He takes on Ciaran Teehan in this next match then, and it was Teehan who won the opening night here at the Live Lounge, beating Stephen Burton in that match. We can see him pinning tops to get over the line in that one. Of course, both these players up next won their opening matches of the evening session. Whitehead, it has to be said, in more convincing fashion than his opponent, of course. Until that last performance from Darryl Pilgrim, it was Conan Whitehead who had put in the best average of the evening so far. What will this one deliver then? Let's hand back over to our commentary team to find out.
I think we're going to get some quality, Abby. I really do. Conan Whitehead, as you say, got out of the blocks firing. 96.2 average. 9 scores of 140 plus in that 4-2 victory against Graham Hall. Ciaran Teehan got over the line against Chris Mason with an 85.2 free average, but that was blighted by 4 out of 11 on the doubles against Mace the Ace. Those two were having a exchange of match darts in that deciding leg, but Conan, you can just tell tonight Corinne has got his eyes on the prize.
Absolutely, but I think you could say the same of all of them, really. They all want to be there Saturday night, vying to be champion of Champions Week.
Got a nice ring to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, it does.
One of the biggest titles of these players' careers.
First
There's absolutely no doubt about that, and it will be the biggest payday as well. £20,000 will go to the winner of Champions Week. What an opportunity for players to win big cash.
Yeah, well, when you think about it, it's, well, 2 weeks' work, really. 1 week to get you through to Champions Week and another week at Champions Week. And, yeah, £20,000.
94.
And then also on top of that, what they've won from winning their series week as well. So, yeah, really great opportunity.
Basically, 25k.
Yeah.
48.
I'd like that for 2 weeks' work. Be lovely, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would. Shoot off to some Caribbean
100.
island somewhere.
No, Henry, I would be here in the commentary room at the MODUS Live Lounge. No place I'd rather be. Absolutely
100.
living the dream.
The place to be, Corinne. The place to be seen.
Yes, it is. Well, we're not seen. Heard. Place to be heard.
75.
It's like the reverse of what I was told as a kid, to be seen and not heard. I'm the other way round, heard and not seen. 5 commentators to join us this week at Champions League. We had Chris Mason on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Wolfie earlier. Yourself as well this evening. And Paul Nicholson's going to join us on Saturday night.
65. Ciaran, you require 146.
Oh, that just clipped the dart the wrong way there.
78. Conan, you require 167. 97.
So
Ciaran,
for the
you
hole,
require
Ciaran Teehan wants
68.
68. For the double. For the lead.
36.
But it doesn't
Conan, you
go.
require 70.
Two eights.
Game shot on the first
Nicely
leg.
done for Conan Whitehead. And that is a break of throw and a 1-0 lead against Ciaran Teehan. 18
Second
dart
leg,
break
it's
of
Conan to
throw
throw first.
for
Game
the
on.
Barbarian.
As we've been saying, a break of throw doesn't count unless you're able to hold your own throw. So let's see what
60.
happens in this leg.
$96. $180.
And there we go. That's another 180 to add to Conan's tally. So what's that put him on now for the week? 26? Is that 2 for tonight? 1 in his first match, 1 now?
60.
Yeah, that's 26. So that does put him a
95.
couple behind Chaz Barstow for the maximum man of Champions Week.
Well, we've still got a whole nother day to go, Henry.
60.
2 more sessions tomorrow. And then obviously the final Saturday night.
The big one.
58.
Everyone will be wearing their Saturday best for the final. £20,000 going to the winner. It's one of the biggest nights
100. Conan, you
in
require
the amateur darting
108.
calendar for 2022. Both of these men will want to be there.
Didn't need to go for the 54 there with Ciaran back on 185. Did anyways, left himself 86, but now he's pretty much blocked that treble 18 bed with the first 2 darts there.
40.
Couldn't quite find a way to get it in, but we'll be back for the 68.
Worst case scenario, should get a dart at double.
$57. Conan, you require 68. Game shot on the second
He's
leg.
loving that side of
Conan
the board
Whitehead.
there between those 16s and 8s. And we'll be feeling really comfortable now having a 2-0
Third leg, it's
lead.
Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
And as you rightly mentioned, he has backed the break up.
Exactly. The breaker throw counts now.
180.
Those 3 darts most definitely count for Ciaran Teehan. He kicks off the third leg with a max. Whitehead won't follow him in
100.
kind. Now then, Corinne. I was wondering whether we were going to get a bit of darting drama
95.
if Teehan could have followed up.
Oh, yes. Oh, that'd be lovely to see a 9 darter, wouldn't it?
It'd feel appropriate at Champions Week, wouldn't it?
94.
I mean, they might just be saving it for Saturday night. That would be even better. I mean, a 9 dart, leg is great whenever it's hit.
100.
Except in your practice room because it doesn't really count.
$180.
There he goes
Ciaran, you
again with
require
another 180, which has brought him
126.
right back into this leg here.
It's forced the issue of Ciaran, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it has. And now he's just going to be able to feed himself
86.
something handy, which
Conan,
he
you
has.
require
Tops.
127.
17 for ball.
102.
That was a better shot at bullseye than we
Ciaran, you
have seen in
require
Conan's
40.
first game. Narrowly missing out there, but will he get a shot to come back?
20.
Oh, he does too.
Conan, you require 25.
Tidy up with the 25 here, and that'll put him in a very comfortable 3-0 lead.
Game shot on the third leg.
And that
Conan
he does,
Whitehead.
and now gets the darts in the fourth leg. And could we see a 4-0 game here tonight?
Fourth leg, it's Conan to
How
throw
many
first.
times do we see from
Game
Conan
on.
Whitehead? The first start of double eight, stand out like that, just have a little shimmy across the oche, and then the final dart goes in.
100.
As a player, you're not really bothered whether it's first, second, or third dart as long as it goes in. Any one of the three.
Doesn't matter, they all mean the same, don't they? You got it done in the visit.
Yep.
58. $140.
Amazingly, that's only his first 140 of the game.
Is it really? I am surprised by that.
134.
In his previous match, he had 9.
$180.
There he goes with another 180.
Now, he has had 3 of them.
Yeah. Another 60 here.
139.
Yeah, that was a great shot there
Conan, you
from Ciaran to
require
leave himself
81.
170. Gonna have to go 12 ball. No? Oh. Doesn't fancy
49.
Ciaran to take
Ciaran,
out
you
this
require
170.
170.
He's teasing Teehan. And he was right to say, I think you're not going to get this
99.
170.
Conan, you
But
require
the pressure will be on now for
32.
this 32 for a 13-dart
Game,
leg.
shots,
And to
and the
seal
match.
a
Conan
4-0
Whitehead.
victory. And Conan Whitehead is making a march here in Group B. We are seeing 2 standout performers come to the fore with a 93.94 average, 3 maximums in that match, and 4 out of 7 on the doubles. It is a first 4-0 of the evening. It goes the way of the barbarian Conan Whitehead, who gets the better of Ciaran Teehan. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, 2 players looking for their first win of the evening as Graham Hall takes on Chris Mason.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Conan Whitehead has just completed the first whitewash of the session, coming through 4-0 to beat Ciaran Teehan in that one. Corinne alongside me to reflect on what we've seen so far, and it really is Conan and Pilgrim who've really set the standard, isn't it, in this group?
Yeah, it really is. They are the two standout performers, and you know, that shows on the scoreboard there with both of them having 2 wins under their belt. Yeah, they are. You know, you've got to feel for Graham Hall as well, sorry, not being able to get a win under his belt yet. But I'm sure that he's looking to rectify that very shortly.
And Conan is someone you know quite well, quite animated up on that stage so far tonight. How do you think he'll be feeling having won his opening 2 matches?
Oh, he's going to be thinking, he will absolutely be thinking that he's winning all of his matches tonight, he's going to win all of his matches tomorrow, and then he's going to come here on Saturday and he's going to win the lot. I know that's how he thinks. Yeah.
Very confident man then. Graham Hall is up next against Chris Mason. As we've touched upon, Chris Mason missing those 6 match starts in his first match. He looked really despondent after missing them. Here we can see them. How hard is it to reset mentally? I know he's got so much experience both in the commentary box and playing, but how hard is it to reset when you lose in that fashion?
Yeah, it is difficult, but he does have the experience, as you say, to be able to put it aside and get back up there and be able to rectify it. And Graham's going to be thinking exactly the same thing. He's lost 2 matches now, so he wants to get himself with some points on the board. So he's thinking he's going to go out there and do it exactly the same.
Yeah, and perhaps even more surprising for Graham Hall in this one, because coming into tonight's action, he was 2-1 favourite to top the group at the end of tomorrow night's action. It's not really worked out for him. Where do you think he needs to improve?
Well, at this point, I think he needs to improve on his doubles and maybe a bit of his scoring as well. I don't want to say that too loudly in case he's listening to me right now. I mean, maybe he knew that he was the favourite coming into tonight as well, and that can be some added pressure that you don't really want to be thinking about when you just want to get out there and get the job done. But I'm sure that he's going to be able to pick up his game and he'll show us what he really can do.
Yeah, as Corinne said, they are just behind us. So we're going to shut up and stop talking about them here on the balcony now and hand back over to Henry to get into this match.
Thank you very much, Abby. And for these 2 players, they'll be looking to get on the board here in Group B at the Super Series. Graham Hall up against Chris Mason. Both pointless after 2 matches, both -4 in the legs difference bracket. But something's going to have to give in this particular matchup. As Graham Hall, the 33-year-old, looking to bounce back following the disappointments of Group A yesterday, missing out to Graham Usher in qualification for Champions Night on Saturday. He goes back to the well up against Chris Mason, who's treating the next couple of days as a bit of a freebie.
First leg.
No matter what happens, he's going to be
game on
here on Saturday night. What we need to confirm is whether that is in a playing capacity or in the commentary box. Nice to be hoping that he will be into the finals with the chance of winning £20,000. That is the ultimate goal, the ultimate prize, and that is ultimately what is at stake for the players over the next 2 days or so. And Corinne has rejoined me down here in the commentary box. You can talk a bit more safely about the players now than up on the balcony, because they hear every word.
I know, I was just thinking that, because obviously with not having a crowd here tonight, it's quite echoey in there. And when you're talking about it, you think, oh, they're listening to me.
60.
Don't want to speak too loudly. But that's the nature of the game, isn't it? You know, it's no surprise when someone says that you're not playing well, because you know yourself that you're not playing well. And unfortunately for Graham, that's what's happening here tonight.
And a lot of the players, in fairness, are very honest about their appraisal of proceedings.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be. You know when you've not played well. You know when you are playing well. Sometimes you are unlucky. You miss all those darts at a double, or and then there's sometimes where you're just not giving yourself those opportunities to be able to get in there and win a match.
$95.
Should we be the mindset of these 2 players, because they must be thinking, we cannot lose this game. I cannot lose this match.
Graham, you require 170.
In all honesty, though, I think they're probably thinking that every game, going, I can't lose this match. I want to stay in front. I want to stay at, at the top of the leaderboard, or at least be,
96.
that top three.
Pressure required,
Top
141.
threes, a lot more comfortable going into tomorrow's session than what it is being the 4th or 5th. And especially if that means that you don't have any points on the board.
100. Graham, you require 74.
Because you're effectively playing knockout darts from the get-go.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it is a round robin.
Game shot on the first leg. Graham Hall.
And darts like that will help Graham Hall on his way towards progression into Champions Night. He had that
Second
nervous
leg is
wait
Chris to
yesterday,
throw first.
waiting
Game
to
on.
see whether Graham Usher would slip up in the final game of Group A. He duly didn't. Well, the gambler is perhaps the most relaxed man in this process because he's, well, to be honest, he's probably tucked up in
95.
bed somewhere having a good night's sleep, preparing for the final on Saturday.
Could be, or he could be up watching all the action.
Swatting up on the opposition.
Yeah, absolutely.
93.
Got his notepad out and jotting everything down.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, Henry.
100.
What's he going to do? Take his notebook up on stage when he plays his games and just refer to his notes halfway through a leg?
80.
There's nothing against it in the walls, mind. Is there?
I wouldn't think so. I can't imagine why they would think that they would need to put a rule in about that.
I suppose it's a bit like a
41.
golfer, you know, when they have like the little book about the course and all the shots you play up to the bunker and on different holes and things like that.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a notebook about other players, is it? Other golfers.
60.
Just imagine him on stage with one of those little Richard checkout cards.
Just going to get my card out. What do they tell me here I need to go for?
85.
Can't knock those cards, Henry. They are very valuable tools for beginner dart players.
Absolutely, and
75.
it's a crucial pathway towards progression, and there is a pathway now. If you get into the game and you practice well enough, you are good enough, get yourself over to local opens, play in them,
60.
then move your way up, and you never know, we may see you here in a couple of years' time.
That is very true. Anything is possible.
137. Chris, you require 120.
Going high for Mason to level us up at one apiece. Moves across. Tops he wants.
Great dart there.
80.
Just couldn't
Graham, you
find
require
that double
56.
20. You got a feeling that he may not be back to have another dart at that. Oh, 32. Doing the double-double. 24.
32.
Wasn't able to
Chris,
pull it
you
off. So
require
Mace
40.
does get his 3 darts at 40.
Game shot on the second leg. Chris
And this time he
Mason.
makes no mistakes about it after missing 6 darts in his opening match to win.
Third leg, it's Graham to
He
throw
was able to
first.
get it this time.
Game on.
And that levels the game up at 1-1.
Yes, Graham Hall had the opportunity there to break. Following that opening hold for Hall.
93.
Probably lost his concentration a little there when he hit the double 16 with his first start, because that would not have been what he was aiming for there. Well, I'd like to think not anyway.
140.
Of course, darts players play off of rhythm and muscle memory more than anything. So when something just takes you off your stride,
134.
sometimes you just have to take that step back to recalibrate.
Yeah, it's different when you're looking at a combination finish and you know what you're going to have left, whether you hit the
57.
treble or the double. But when you hit an unexpected double somewhere along the way, or even an unexpected triple, then that does kind of make you, have to stop and rethink, what you've got, because a lot of it is about memory. You're right. You just know
58.
what you've got left after you hit that first start, whether it is that single or the treble.
$140.
Excellent last start. It leads him first to a finish, but Graham Hall can leave something much more makeable here.
$95. Christian required 164. $60. Graham, you require 121.
I think that looks at it all, didn't it, from Mace?
Mm-hmm. Definitely not pleased with his performance thus far.
41. Christian required 104.
By the look on his face, I'm saying I'm not pleased with his performance so far. You can see he's not pleased with his own performance so far.
48. Graham, you require 80.
80 for Graham Hall. For yet another hold. Another one of them for tops. Up the ladder we go.
Game shot.
And he finds the pot of gold
Graham
at the end of the
Hall.
darting rainbow. And Graham Hall leads by 2 legs to 1 against Chris Mason. Neither of these players have lived up to the
Fourth leg is
ripped,
Christopher
roaring
in
heights
first.
thus
Game
far.
on.
Both players still looking to find that little bit of a spark. You can tell by the body reactions on stage.
140. $44.
Not the greatest of starts there for Hall in this leg, so Mace is going to want to take advantage of that.
100.
Regardless of who wins this game, they will be hoping for a victory for Ciaran Teehan in our next one against Darryl Pilgrim. If he does get the win, it would mean that we've got 3 players locked
140.
on 4 points in the group. Seen in Group C how congested that is. That comes to a conclusion tomorrow morning here on
60.
Sporty Stuff TV. Josh Payne leading the way. Will he seal his place through to Champions Night? Find out 9:30 a.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And whilst you're there, instead of as well as the
82.
live coverage, you can also tune in to us for exclusive bonus content and behind the scenes interviews. So do subscribe to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
57.
Go down the bull here.
59. Christian required 144.
Hasn't left himself a finish, so Mace does have 6 darts from the 144 here.
58.
Not able to find a treble, so not as handy as what he would have liked it, but he will be back for that 86. Graham looking to put some pressure on here. 2 trebles.
97. Christian require 86.
Another one of them. We'll give him a dart at the bullseye. The 2-2,
61.
but it's just above.
Graham, you require 79.
Oh, that was very close there.
59. Christian required 25.
That would have been in the mouth. It may be if Mason Gets the double
Game
A. He
shot on the
does get the
fourth
double A,
leg.
and we are back
Chris
level
Mason.
again at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Graham to throw first.
You can just
Game
tell
on.
both of them are feeling the pressure here in this match, not wanting to be the one to walk away, having 3 losses under their belt. They really want to be the one that wins, and you can tell that just
100.
by their averages so far in this match. Not that they're terrible, but they're definitely not what we're expecting to see from them.
They're below what our statistics would suggest is their standard and level in this
140.
competition. And we get every single basis covered based on what the players do here at the Super Series.
140.
Yes, we do. There are a lot of stats. And it would appear that you've read just about all of them, Henry.
123.
Yeah, I don't get bags under the eyes for no reason. Tell you what, I might dig out a really, really random stat from the stats pack in the next leg.
Okay, I look forward to that.
91.
What dreams are made of, wasn't it?
$134. Graham, you require 170.
Are we going to see a big fish now? No. Again. I'm hoping that at some point here,
95. Chris, you
we might
require
get to see a dart at the
104.
bull for a big fish finish. 60 for tops. Finds it.
84. Graham, you require 75.
Will he be back to have a shot at that 20? Not if Graham has anything to do with it, I'd say. 75. 18 for tops.
55.
Wasn't able to find tops
Christian
either.
required
So Mace
20.
is back with 3 darts for 20 to take a 3-2 lead.
16. Graham, you
He missed
required
fives.
20.
Double 5.
15.
It doesn't go. And there wasn't a confident
Christian
dart.
required 4.
No, so they've both missed 5s here. Oh, up to the madhouse.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Chris Mason.
That must have been where he wanted to be. So Mace has taken an important breaker throw there and now
Sixth leg, it's
has
Chris
the
to throw
opportunity with the
first. Game
darts
on.
and a 3-2 lead to take out this match. That was some
125.
good opening darts there.
And interestingly, Chris Mason actually has a better record this week in games, or throughout the series, in games against the darts than with the
49.
darts. He has won 10 out of 15 matches that he has thrown second in. That's 2/3.
Was that your
83.
interesting fact that you just spent 2 minutes looking for, or that's just a random one you pulled out of your head?
I'll find another random one.
$180.
Absolutely excellent.
That's our first 180 of this match, isn't it?
Indeed it is. Could be quickly followed up by the second.
140.
Wasn't to be, but he has left himself on a finish here. He felt that Graham needed that 180 just to get back in the leg.
96. Christian required 153.
Hasn't left himself a finish, so Mace is going to have 6 starts from here to be able to try and close out this match and get his first win on the board.
137.
He's left double 8 after 12. What a run to the line this is from Chris Mason. And he's left Graham Hall in his wake.
He needs to hit that winning double
59.
first, Henry.
Chris
Let's not get
requires
carried away
16.
yet.
Game,
Makes
shot,
no mistake of
and
it.
the match. Chris Mason.
And Chris Mason gets his first win of Champions Week. He's on the board in Group B with a 4-2 win against Graham Hall. And his record in games where he's thrown second in here at the Super Series continues. An 87.27 average, 4 from 11 on the doubles. He gets over the line. He gets onto the board. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's an intriguing battle between Darryl Pilgrim and Ciaran Teehan.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Chris Mason has just got his first victory in Group B. It was a 4-2 win for him over Graham Hall in that one. And as we've already mentioned, Graham Hall, the favourite to top Group B coming into tonight's action, but he's yet to win a match with 3 played. Neither players really finding their range so far tonight. It's just not happening for either of them in Group B. They just got embroiled in a bit of a slog there, but a break of throw on double one to move within one of the match proved crucial for Mace, who then upped his level significantly and from absolutely nowhere threw in a 13-dart leg to get his first win in Champions Week. As you can see, 4 out of 11 on the outer ring for him in that match. And we can take a little look at the league table for the first time tonight with 6 matches played. in Group B so far, and it is Conan Whitehead who leads the way, along with Darryl Pilgrim on 4 points. Mace, of course, with that first win, moves up to 2, and it's Graham Hall who's the only pointless player in Group B. Next up then, we've got Darryl Pilgrim against Ciaran Teehan. Here you can see Darryl Pilgrim getting over the line against Chris Mason. He's one of the 2 players to really set the standard this evening, isn't he? There it is, a 14-dart leg to get over the line against Chris Mason. He's up against Ciaran Teehan, who could move level on points with the 2 players at the top of the table if he is to come out on top in this one. But of course, Darryl Pilgrim could move clear on 6 points at the top of the table. Let's find out then how this one will unfold and hand back to the commentary team.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. This is an interesting game because it may tell us the tune in which this group is going to be played at, because a victory here for Ciaran Teehan will see 3 players all locked on 4 points. A win for Pilgrim would see him placed onto 6 and in pole position in Group B. Pilgrim, the 35-year-old from South Croydon, made the 3rd round of the UK Open back in 2018, takes on the now 23-year-old Ciaran Teehan from Cork in Ireland. The High Tower was a PDC Challenge Tour event winner in 2019 and played on the tour up until the start of 2022. But the priority in this one is to get some crucial points here in Group B, and Darryl Pilgrim can set himself apart if he does exactly that. Now, you know I love a stat, Corinne, don't you?
First leg, it's Darryl to throw
I have
first.
noticed that
Game
so far
on.
tonight, Henry, yes.
Now, Darryl Pilgrim has the darts in this game. He has the best record of holding throw out of the 5 players
100.
in this group. Over the course of Series 1, he has held throw 80% of the time.
Well, I think he
77.
might have ruined that in his first match tonight. That percentage may be a little bit less, but yes, that is a very good stat actually, to be able to hold throw 80% of the time. That's what you want to do as a dart player, is be able
57.
to hold your throw and break theirs. Simple, really.
If only it was that easy.
58.
Sometimes they just make it look so easy.
And in fairness, his record against the darts is really good as well. Going into tonight, 50%, and you wonder why a lot of people thought the odds that he was
84.
to go on and win Group B at 3-1 were actually quite meteoric. And looking at his odds to win the week, 12-1, I thought represents some good value. But if you are
125.
having a flutter on the darts, of course, it's 18+, begambleaware.org. And when the fun stops, stop!
180.
Now we go with our first 180 of the match, and leaves himself a nice little 80 to take out this first leg.
99. Darryl, you require 80. Game shot on the first leg.
Makes no mistake
Darryl
about that.
Pilgrim.
2 darts was all he needed. 1 dart at the double. That's what you want. Just 1 dart, no mucking
Second
around.
leg, it's Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
Well, the stats told us he was going to hold throw in that leg anyway.
Oh, did they now?
45.
You can't always rely on the stats, Henry.
They're only a guide.
Mm-hmm. That they are.
41.
And interestingly, he was 38% on double 10 going into his week's action.
I feel like I'm going to spend the rest of the evening listening to stats.
96.
And there he is showing us his prowess on the double 19s again. Oh, sorry, treble 19s.
I can show you those stats if you want.
No, thank you.
140.
I would, but he hasn't had a go at it in this series.
58.
Ciaran looks favourite to be able to hold his throw here in the second leg.
56.
Darryl right behind on 306. Definitely going to need one of his 57s here.
164. Ciaran, you require 120.
Really put some pressure here on this shot from Ciaran.
60.
Not
Darryl, you
able to
require
find the little red bit,
142.
but potentially could be back for 60. Oh, 51 route for 142. Not really a way I fancy, to be honest.
102. Ciaran, you require 60.
But he's tidied it up.
Tops for Teehan
Game shot on the
to
second
level us
leg.
up at
Ciaran
1
Teehan.
apiece.
One stat I do know is that they're both 100% on their double so far in this match.
Third leg, it's Darryl to throw first. Game
Told
on.
you you'd like stats by the end of the night.
That was an easy one.
59.
Those are one of the most important stats, the averages, which you can see on your screen now. And it's only going to go up for Teehan as a result of that, Max.
180.
Averaging 97.5, Pilgrim
96.
95.72. It's been pretty much his base level for the whole of the evening. But what's happening here?
121.
Oh, and the crowd says boo.
We are the crowd, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
$56.
Wasn't that a John Parr song? You're the voice and I understand it.
John Farnham.
Farnham. John Parr. Where's John Parr come from?
96.
Oh, Henry. Too engrossed in the darts.
134. Ciaran, you require 104. $88.
Excellent
Darryl,
leave
you
to
require 156.
give himself the opportunity at double eight if he returns, which he will, for 13 dart breaker throw.
90.
Haven't seen a dart missed at
Ciaran, you
double
require
yet.
16.
Until then.
Game shot on the third
But he is
leg.
visit perfect,
Ciaran
Ciaran Teehan, and he secures a crucial breaker throw against Darryl Pilgrim, who is yet to be defeated
Fourth
on
leg, it's
opening
Ciaran
night
to throw
here
first.
in
Game
Group
on.
B at Champions Week in the Super Series.
140.
These last two legs, you can see that Ciaran's really upped his game there. His scoring and his doubling has been great. So let's see if he continues it on for the next two legs to get himself a win.
119. 100. 100.
We're really not seeing any trebleless visits here in this match, or not in the last couple of legs anyway. And that's, you know, that's what you like to see. I say that as he hits a 5.
30.
And another 5.
Welcome to the club of Curse of the Commentator, Conan Hammond.
Was bound to happen sooner or later, wasn't it?
The best one is when you
58.
say his grouping is so good after hitting 2 treble 20s and bang into like the single 12, or it goes to the treble 13 or something like that.
$57. 100.
Pilgrim first to a finish. Teehan looking to apply the pressure.
$58. Darryl, you require 124.
Potentially looking at another breaker throw here and back even at 2-all.
102. Ciaran, you require 116.
Wasn't much in that double 11 there.
Not at all. And Teehan here to stop the break back. Will stay there. Double 18. One dart at it.
98.
But he goes inside. And so
Darryl, you
Pilgrim will get
require
a second
22.
opportunity at double 11 to bring it back to 2-2. One dart. The double 4.
Game shot on the fourth
And that's a
leg.
huge double
Darryl
4
Pilgrim.
for Darryl Pilgrim. Brings it back to 2-2. Gets that break back. And it is a best of 3 in this crucial match here
Fifth leg, it's
in
Darryl
Group
to throw
B.
first.
If
Game
Pilgrim
on.
can get the win, it'll be 3 wins from 3. It'll put him on to 6 points and put him in a powerful position in the group. If Teehan can find a break somewhere,
140.
he will move himself onto 4 points. We'd have a 3-way tie for the lead halfway through round 3.
140.
An exchange of 140s to start the leg.
$58.
Not able to find a 57 on that occasion. It's not very often that you see that happen with Darryl.
Well, he's going to get the opportunity to practice on the 19th of his
97.
next visit, that's for sure.
Oh, missed it again. Hitting that pesky double 3.
29.
Treble 3 instead.
Now, interestingly, Pilgrim's record when it goes
97.
deep is very good. And games that go beyond this juncture, so games that go 5 legs and beyond, 4-2, 4-3 games, Darryl Pilgrim has only lost
57.
once in 8
Ciaran, you require
occasions.
167.
So he does like a bit of a battle. Likes to come out on top.
99.
It's looking as though Ciaran could take this 3-2. He'll be back for 68. But Darryl is saying, I'm going to put the
140.
pressure on you
Ciaran,
here.
you
So if you
require
miss that
68.
68, I'm going to take out that 77.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
The one dart at the
Ciaran
double was all he
Teehan.
needed, though. And another break of throw, which sees Ciaran now have the darts
Sixth leg, it's Ciaran to throw first.
to
Game on.
potentially close out this match 4-2.
And it would open the group right up. What a start.
140.
Forces Darryl Pilgrim to come out the traps right from the get-go. That's exactly what he does. This guy
140.
does not feel pressure at all, does he? You can see why some people were tipping him as a
45.
potential favourite, not just to even win this group, but to go on and win the entire thing. Because under the cosh,
140.
he is producing.
Yeah, that's a great 6 starts there from Darryl. Now he's putting the pressure on Ciaran to be able to match it.
80.
Because he's not going to want to go to the last leg because he knows he's not going to have the darts.
$40.
Definitely not what he wanted there. This gives the opportunity for Ciaran to get right back in it, but he is going to need to hit at least one big treble, and he does.
100.
Gonna get it going, and that slip in the single one has really cost Pilgrim here. And for once, that cover shot to the treble 19s came up dry.
65. Ciaran, you require 136.
To win in style and to provide Pilgrim's first defeat of the evening. The 136 won't go, and so Pilgrim will return for 116 to level this game up, to take us
Darryl,
all the way to
160.
the deciding leg for only the second time this evening.
$43. Ciaran, you require 60.
And so this is for victory for Ciaran Teehan. 60 he wants. Tops.
20. Darryl, you require 73.
This really has to go, Darryl.
Game shot on the sixth
The one dart was
leg.
all he needed
Darryl Pilgrim.
to take us to a 7th and deciding leg.
And just to go back to the stats,
Seventh and final leg.
Darryl
It's Darryl
Pilgrim
to
has
throw
not
first.
lost a
Game
deciding
on.
leg in this phase.
Wow, there you go.
He is 3-0 when it goes 3-3.
I wonder if he knows
60.
that. Wonder if he remembers that stat. Probably not.
$97.
I was going to say, the players would spend hours looking at the stats packs that get provided for the commentary team here at the Super Series.
46.
Just the 94 pages. Voice commentators compiled by our brilliant team behind the scenes. Do an excellent
58.
job. Mark Walker, the magic man who gives us all the stats that we need.
99. $85.
Huge last start that for Teehan. It was getting a little bit cagey in this deciding leg.
A deciding leg is generally like that. Both players are quite cagey, and we can see.
59.
I don't know if that's just happening from this leg now, or maybe the prior leg as well. But both players were averaging mid to high 90s earlier in the match, and they've both, dropped now to still
55.
high 80s, 88, 87 average each respectively.
But this is the standard that's been set here at Champions Week, where 87 averages
92.
are something the players need to aspire to be better
Mm-hmm.
because of the standard that's on display elsewhere. 87's kind of been about par for the course this evening.
Yeah, it has. Anything less than that's
60.
not really.
Darryl, you require
they'll be disappointed with their
145.
performance with anything less than that. Level leg here. 88, 72.
121.
Leaves himself a nice 24.
Ciaran, you require 146.
Oh, Ciaran Teehan needs something inspired here.
Another one of those. Couldn't quite find it.
77.
Pilgrim
Darryl, you
loosening his
require
arm in the
24.
background, staring down the double 12
Game,
for
shot,
a crucial
and
2
the match.
points, which
Darryl
puts him at the
Pilgrim.
top of the table on 6 points. It is a hat-trick of wins for the Eagle, Darryl Pilgrim, with an 88.2 average, 1 max apiece in that match. 4 out of 6 on the doubles for Pilgrim, sees him a victor against Ciaran Teehan by 4 legs to 3. 3 more matches to go then this evening. We kickstart it with Chris Mason up against Conan Whitehead. We'll see you for that after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series and Champions Week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Darryl Pilgrim come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Ciaran Teehan in that one. Another high quality contest in Group B there. Pilgrim was on for his third successive average in excess of 90 until that last leg where the standard really started to plummet somewhat. At 3-2 down, Pilgrim showed great resolve in that one, applied plenty of pressure as Teehan missed 2 match darts to win it 4-2. Pilgrim forced the decider and got over the line in 19 darts. 180 apiece in that match as well. We can see what that does to the league table with 3 matches left to go this evening. Darryl Pilgrim becomes the first player to move on to 6 points in the league table. Of course, Conan Whitehead could join him if he's to be victorious in his match against Chris Mason, which is coming up next for you. Whitehead has looked incredibly pumped up so far tonight, hasn't he? And he's had reason to be. He's currently in pole position to qualify for finals night. Here he is completing that whitewash victory over Teehan earlier this evening. As for Chris Mason, he of course got his first win of the night in his last match against Graham Hall, and he could haul himself back into contention in Group B if he's to get over the line in this one. So a big game in the context of the standings in Group B. Let's tuck into it in the company of our commentary team.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. And so Chris Mason can join Conan Whitehead on 4 points with a win here in this particular matchup. Mace the ace, age 52. It's averaged 87 in both of his opening matches, and we've seen at times some good stuff, but at times a little bit frustrated with the way he had played. Up against the Barbarian, Conan Whitehead, who averaged 96.2 in a 4-2 success against Graham Hall, and then backed that up with a 93.94 average against Ciaran Teehan. So he has set the standard so far this evening, and him and Darryl Pilgrim have been the 2 standout performers so far.
Yeah, I think you're quite right there, Henry. They have been the standout performers, and that shows in the results so far tonight. Let's see if they can continue it on.
100. $30. 60.
Just 3 more matches to go this evening here at the Super Series. Don't forget, we are going to return tomorrow for Decision Day, where Group C and B will be decided. We will begin at 9:30 a.m. to see the conclusion of Group C, where Josh Payne and Lee Evans are in the box seat respectively. We'll play that to a conclusion, and then we will see which 3 will join the 2 at the top of Group C and Graham Usher into Champions Night, which is 10 p.m. on Saturday here
76.
on Sporty Stuff TV.
Mace has not really been able to find it so far this leg, and you can see
100.
by the look on his face how frustrated he is that they're not going where they should be going. Conan, on the other hand, has left himself a nice 101 after 12, so we'll see him back for that.
59. Conan, you require 101. 65. Chris, you require 170.
The fish.
Ooh. Got the first start. Oh. We're 1 step closer, Henry. That's the first time we've seen the treble 20 here off the 170.
Game shot on the first leg. Conan Whitehead.
Whitehead takes out the double 9, opens up a 1-0 lead. Mason couldn't take out the big fish. Whitehead could take out the leg. And it is a break and throw as well, importantly. And a break isn't a break without a hold, is it, Corinne?
That's exactly right, Henry. I'm glad you've been paying attention.
81.
Every day's a school day.
Isn't it just?
100.
Of course, you'll be back with me tomorrow evening for the conclusion of
58.
Group B.
Oh, I already can't wait. Are we thinking about it all day tomorrow?
$60.
May even introduce you to our coffee club here at the Super Series.
The coffee club, yeah. I think I will need it.
60.
Got Wolfie back tomorrow morning. Really good fun spending time in his company early on in the commentary box.
125.
To be fair, I think he had as good a time as anyone in the commentary box earlier on today.
Ah, yes, that's
174.
fantastic darts from Conan there.
$56. Conan, you require 128.
Mace just having a think about what he needed to hit there to leave himself a finish. 64.
118. Chris, you require 160.
Oh, will he be back for double five?
Yes, he
Yes,
will.
he will.
45. Conan, you require 10. Game shot on the second leg.
There's it down,
Conan
gets it,
Whitehead.
opens up a 2-0 lead on Chris Mason. It's not been a vintage Whitehead performance as of yet
Third
compared
leg
to
is
the
Chris to
stats that
throw
we've seen
first. Game on.
from earlier on this evening, but he's getting the job done. And he's efficient enough from the Barbarian.
You do have to wonder when it gets to this time of night, though,
83.
is the time of night taking its toll?
$57.
And of course, experience of being in this scenario helps you out because it is a unique set of circumstances. Players are used to playing it maybe like 10, 11 o'clock, maybe
100.
sometimes at midnight if things run over, but about 1:45 in the morning here in the United Kingdom, down on the south
60.
coast. I would say sunny south coast, but it's been anything but that
Yeah.
recently.
Yeah, summer's definitely over. I'd say that we're pretty much in winter now.
81.
I have to get some coat hangers put in the commentary box for the coats.
140.
Well, we have a cliffhanger in Group B. Darryl Pilgrim is threatening to pull away from the
100.
pack. Whitehead is looking to...
Say, no, you are not.
140.
Do like Panto
Chris,
season.
you require 137.
Conan visibly disappointed there that he didn't hit that 180.
97. Conan, you require 104.
Going to go 12 for 32. Loves that 32.
72.
Curse the commentator.
Chris, you require 40.
Done it again. Tops for Mason. Lovely first dart.
Game shot on the third
There's no
leg.
way that
Chris
second dart was
Mason.
going to do anything else than go into the double 20 bed. And he brings it back to 2-1. But this is
Fourth
the
leg, it's
crucial
Conan
leg
to
for
throw
Mason.
first. Game on.
Because Whitehead has the darts. He knows he's going to have to find a break at some point. He would rather do it
94.
now, sooner, rather than later.
$100. 140.
Excellent visit from Conan. Leaves himself on 267 after 6 with the darts. Average is now up into the 90s, 91.34 for him.
41.
Wayward dart there from Mace. Showed Conan where it is by the look of it.
39.
Well, Chris Mason will become the third player, or the first player, should I say, to complete his card tonight. After this, he can depart the
100.
live lounge, head back to his accommodation, relax, and get ready for the action again tomorrow night from 10.
40.
I think you've put the curse on Conan now, Henry. Just after you mentioned that he was up over the 90 average, he's yeah, hit a 1 in both shots since then.
83.
Definitely your fault.
It's always my fault, Corinne.
I'm glad you know this.
100.
Rectified it this time. And we will see him back for 48 to look at taking a 3-1 lead.
45. Conan, you require 48.
I'm not saying anything about double 16 this time.
32.
That one was not
Chris, you
my fault.
require 132.
Treble 19, but the bullseye will be blocked if he gets the treble. The bullseye, this would be dart of the night if this goes in.
Thinking about which way he wants to go, shaking his head already, going, I don't really have a good view of this.
Game shot.
But gets it anyway.
Chris
What a
Mason.
shot.
What a dart, and what a time for a dart like that for Chris Mason.
Fifth leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
I mean, that's just changed this game on its head. Conan's missed 2 darts there to take a 3-1 commanding lead. Missed that. Mace has pulled out a 1-3-2 from nowhere. And
57.
yeah, leveled it up at 2-all. So we have a interesting game on our hands here.
Very much game on.
60.
And in this best of 7 format, matches can hinge on one particular moment. This is the moment for Mason to strike.
180.
He's woken up now.
100.
Ace is alive to the sound of tungsten. He cannot miss at the minute. Okay, he's missed.
81.
Definitely your fault, Henry. But he does have a commanding lead in this leg. Conan back on
60.
3-4-1. Well, now 2-8-1.
Excellent first dart. How much he would crave another one of them.
140.
Gets another one of them. Can't call that a commentator's curse that time.
No, definitely not.
100. Chris, you require 43.
6 at it. 11 for double 16. Will be the route for Mason.
11.
Well, he'll be back for that with Conan back on 1-8-1.
101. Chris, you require 32.
Double 8. Both players have had
Game
have had
shot
the
the fifth
opportunity
leg.
to
Chris Mason.
get to 3 legs on double 16. Didn't take it, but Mason takes advantage on double 8, and so he is a leg away from victory
Sixth
here
leg, it's Conan to
against
throw first.
Whitehead. He's taken
Game on.
advantage of the opportunities. Whitehead 2 from 9 on the doubles.
Yeah, you really have to feel like this game has just done a complete 180. It
100.
really was that Conan was dominating it up until that 4th leg. And those missed darts at 32 have now cost him.
83.
Complete 180. Like it.
Yeah. Put that one in your locker, Henry.
100.
Complete 180.
Speaking of 180s, and that's Conan's first one of this match.
Incredibly, his
100.
first one of this match. 6 140 plus throws again. The 2 treble visits have been absolutely
26.
spectacular. Well, that was far from spectacular.
Not what you want to see after a 180. Classic 180-26. Still in a good
60.
position in this leg, though.
$140.
We'll see him come back for the 55. And clearly he does need to take this out to force the decider, which he will not have the darts in.
60. Conan, you require 55.
Are you going to pull out a stat to see what he's like on last leg deciders now,
Game
Henry?
shot on the 6th leg.
I think I might have
Conan
to.
Whitehead.
Well, if you're Conan Whitehead, you will feel happy about his record in last leg deciders
7th
because
final leg. It's
he's
Christian
played
Pro
19,
first.
he's won
Game
11,
on.
lost 8. Chris Mason is on a 6 and 7 losing record in games that go for free here at the Super Series.
140.
Mace loves a 4-3 game.
However, of those 8 matches
60.
he has lost in a deciding leg, 6 of them have come when he was against the darts.
So he's good when he has the darts, which you can see here. It's opened up with a 140,
100.
backed it up with a ton. Conan needs a 180 here just to catch up.
100.
He'll have to settle for a ton, though.
$60.
Needs to find a treble.
91.
So advantage Mason, leaving 201 after 9 in this deciding leg. Excellent dart.
134.
Excellent visit at a perfect time, leaving 67 after 12 for the match for a crucial victory, which
Oh.
would put him on a 4 points.
68.
And he's
Christian
going to have
requires
6
67.
starts off this to finish it.
Double 16
35.
doesn't go.
But he knows he'll be back. With Conan back on 182, all he can do is apply some pressure here.
104. Christian required 32. Game, shot, and the match.
There it is. Chris Mason seals a 4-3 victory against Conan Whitehead. It puts him on 4 points in the group. A lovely little embrace for the pair at the end of that match. It makes things very interesting. Chris Mason finishes his card for Thursday night with 2 wins, 2 defeats. It's halfway house for Mace the Ace, who is in the middle part of the table, exactly in the middle position. These are the averages from the match. Conan Whitehead averaged 6 points higher than Mason, but it was 4 out of 10 on the doubles, which got it for him in the end. And that 1-3-2, absolutely crucial. It stopped Conan Whitehead from gaining a 3-1 advantage. So, victory there for Chris Mason. Coming up after the break, we are going to see Ciaran Teehan in action. He's up against Graham Hall, looking for his first victory of the night in his final game of the evening.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Chris Mason condemn Conan Whitehead to his first defeat of the evening, coming through in a last leg decider. We are just seeing a slight drop off in the standard as we approach the end of the first night of Group B action. We're not seeing that same consistency that we were earlier on in the evening, but that sublime 1-3-2 on the ball from Mace to level things at 2 apiece, the real standout moment of quality in that match, and it seemed to ignite something in Mace. It looked like it was going to turn the tide, and it did just that. He followed it with a 17-dart leg. Whitehead just forcing a last leg decider, but some superb scoring from Mace put him in pole position to get the win in that one. Crucially, his second victory of the session. We can see what that does to the table. They're moving Mace on to 4 points. He sat in 3rd place. We've got 2 more matches to bring you. The next one, Ciaran Teehan against Graham Hall. Teehan could join Mason on 4 points heading into the final session. It is a quick turnaround for him. He'll be really disappointed having missed match starts to get over the line against Darryl Pilgrim in his last match. As for Graham Hall, well, he's still looking for his first win of the evening session. Of course, he was the 2-1 favourite to finish top of Group B before a dart had been thrown this evening, but it's not quite worked out for him as yet. He'll be looking for his first 2 points of the group to leave himself in with a decent chance heading into the final day of action. Of course, he'll know that he can still qualify, but he will want to do so with 2 points to round off his evening here. So let's get into this one then, our penultimate game of the session. Guys, back over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Abby. Graham Hall is looking for his first victory since game 10 of Wednesday, when he got the better Chaz Barstow by 4 legs to 3. It has been a bit of a war of attrition for the G-Man over the last couple of days, but if he can get a victory in his final battle here against Ciaran Teehan, it'll put him right back in the mix for contention in Group B. That is the advantage of having 3 from 5 go through the group. For the high tower, Ciaran Teehan, he beat Chris Mason 4-3 in the opening game of the evening. We expected him to kick on from that juncture, but he couldn't quite do that, and so he's looking to end his card 2-2 going into decision day tomorrow. Here's a huge match down the bottom end of the Group B table, and then we will finish off with the top 2 players in the group as Conan Whitehead takes on Darryl Pilgrim. An intriguing end to our evening here at the Super Series.
What a start from Graham here in his last match of the night. Maybe we'll see a 9-darter.
You know the commentator's curse?
Yeah, I know.
That's the ultimate one. Please prove us wrong, Graham.
The curse got us again.
96.
So maybe they're saving it for Saturday night.
Yeah.
45.
Maybe the final goes 3-3 and the last leg is 1 of the 9.
That would be like a dream final, wouldn't it?
I think darts would peak if that happened.
65.
Graham Hall first to finish it in this opening leg, leaving 160 after 9, but Teehan looking to do likewise. Can't now, needed the lot to do so, but piles the pressure on this 160. Just gives Graham Hall the theoretical tap on the shoulder. Obviously, he won't literally do that. We have an exclusion zone.
I love how you were acting out the tap on the shoulder. I mean, obviously no one at home can see that, but I saw it. I saw you doing it.
134.
That was some great darts there from
Graham
Ciaran.
requires 60.
So he really has put the pressure on Graham now to put away this 60 and get this first leg out of the way.
40.
And maybe the tap on the shoulder may have come up trumps.
60 is always a tricky finish because you're aiming that first one at the 20 and then you need to get around it somehow to be able to go the tops, because you don't want to
20.
put it in too low in the bed, otherwise it might slip into
Graham,
that
you
triple
require
20.
20.
So you need to get it at just kind of the right height.
Game shot on the first leg. Graham Hall.
Not sure whether he did, but I'm sure Graham Hall moved across the oche from first to second dart.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first.
Well,
Game
from
on.
double 10. He leads 1-0. It's a breaker throw.
$93.
Graham Hall, who actually has a 42.5% record on double 10. I know you love your stats.
It's quickly wearing thin, Henry.
60.
No, just kidding. Everyone loves to hear the stats.
Gotta have some fun in the commentary box.
Yeah. I mean, what else do you
44.
be? You need something at 1 a.m., I tell you that.
$134.
I don't think there's a more fun place in the world than the commentary box.
To be perfectly honest, it doesn't really seem like it is 1 a.m. It's been, you know, quite an exciting night for the darts here tonight.
140.
And the games have just flown by.
Does help when we see some quality stuff.
Yeah, it does. Makes for much more
60.
interesting viewing, doesn't it? And a couple of 4-3 games here and there make it, you know, that little bit more exciting.
Brings the drama, brings the tension. I think we're going to see plenty of that over
140.
the next 24 hours or so.
$97. Graham, you require 84. $44. Ciaran, you require 150.
Didn't go the 14 ball route because he feels pretty confident in the fact that Ciaran's not going to hit this 150. So he'll be back for tops and a 2-0 lead.
45. Graham, you require 40.
Double 10. Makes that little move across the oche again.
Game shot.
And it was pretty much a carbon copy of the last leg, really, wasn't it? I can guarantee they were live pictures and not a replay. Graham Hall leads Ciaran Teehan by 2-0. And I have to say, it has been quite routine as well for the G-Man thus far.
It's like he's woken up now. He's ready to play.
100.
What probably wants to start the night all over again.
Shall we start the night all over again?
No, we will not. Mace has probably already left the building, so he's definitely not starting over again. And I'm pretty certain Darryl doesn't want to be starting the night all over again, sitting pretty on his 3 from 3 wins so far.
140.
Yeah, big game coming up in the next one between him and Conan Whitehead. Both of them could be sat on 6 points by the end of play.
$121.
And in fairness, Graham Hall is playing to type. 82 average in the first game. And that went up to an 88 in the second before going down to 84 in the third. But in terms of this week, his average is 90.94. His average here is 89.2. So it's only a point below what we're used to seeing from him.
58. Ciaran, you require 170.
Does have some of the best numbers in this group. The fish?
No. We're getting closer. He'll be back for that 74 with Graham still back on 226. Well, definitely needs to find a treble here.
125.
And finds 2 of them.
Ciaran, you require 74.
Well, that's a bonus. 1 dart at tops. He hasn't looked convincing on this so far tonight.
34.
And still doesn't.
Graham, you require 101. $41. Ciaran, you
Team will
require
return for
40.
Tots to bring it back to 2-1. Level 10.
Game shot on the third leg.
And
Ciaran
well, 3
Teehan.
legs played, 3 legs won, all on double 10.
Another interesting stat there,
Fourth leg,
Henry.
it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
I can tell you are loving this.
$96. $96.
There is occasions, I think, where a game has gone 7 legs and it's all been won on a double. Well, I believe that has happened.
What, all games have been won on a double? Yeah. All games do get won on a double, Henry.
96.
I don't know what game you've been playing every other time. Oh, wow.
130.
I meant the same double. I meant the same.
Ah, you forgot a vital word there in that sentence.
Well, thanks for reminding me of the rules.
96.
Oh, that's ending up on the end of year outtake bingo, isn't it?
25.
82.
Yeah. Didn't quite hit what he was going for there. Wanted to leave himself the 170 again. So this is Graham's opportunity to get back into this leg here.
$140. $100. Graham, you require
Puts
73.
a bit of pressure on. 73 for Graham Hall then, for a 3-1 lead. Gonna put him on the cusp of a first win of the evening. A much needed one as well. 1 dart at tops.
53.
Maybe we'll see the
Ciaran,
trend
you
of double tens
require
continue.
93.
Now, will he get a chance to come back for it, though? Not if Ciaran's got anything to do with it, I would say.
$53. Graham, you require 20.
Probably would have gone the bull route myself, to be honest. But, you know, I'm not playing in Champions Week, so what do I know? Oh,
No score. Ciaran, you require 40.
did the right thing by busting it, though.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And we're
Ciaran
back to a level
Teehan.
match.
And you sense that's a crucial moment. Graham Hall missing darts, a 3-1, and Ciaran Teehan gets the break back,
Fifth
levels
leg,
us
it's
up
Ciaran
at
to throw first.
2 apiece. And when
Game
you
on.
haven't won a game for a little while, those moments just become that little bit more significant. That double
91.
becomes so much harder to hit.
Well, we saw the same thing happen in the last match between Conan and Mace when Conan missed those darts at 32 and then Mace came through and hit the 1-3-2
60.
finish to level it up again.
So best of 3 to decide our
140.
penultimate game of the evening. If Ciaran Teehan wins this match, he would go on to 4 points. He would join Chris Mason and Conan Whitehead there. Whitehead has the opportunity to get on to 6 if he can get the better of
48.
Darryl Pilgrim. Victory for Hall would mean 2 players on 2, a couple on 4, and then Pilgrim
100.
at the top of the tungsten tree on 6.
The tungsten tree. Wow. I don't know if it's just because it's, you know, 1 o'clock in the morning or whether that
140.
would have made me laugh
Ciaran,
at any
you
time.
require 170.
Fish. Someone played a prank on me about a big
50.
fish. They got me hook, line and sinker.
Oh, please tell me that's not your best joke.
I do have better.
140. Ciaran, you require 120.
Here we go, 120 for a 3-2 lead. No, not going to see that. So Graham's going to get the
45.
opportunity for the 1-1-3.
Graham, you require 113.
To account for the missed opportunity in the last leg. 93 remaining, down it goes. And so double 18 for a breaker throw and a 3-2 lead.
95.
But that dart comes inside.
Ciaran, you require 75.
75 for Teehan to turn this game around. He is going to get a solitary
55.
dart at tops, but that himself
Graham, you require
doesn't
18.
go. And so double 9. Both players have had the opportunity to go 3-2 up. We go back again, back and forth
Game
in this
shot on the fifth
exchange.
leg.
But Graham Hall
Graham
gets the
Hall.
breaker throw. He leads 3-2, gets the break, and has the darts
Sixth
for
leg,
a
it's Graham to throw
4-2
first.
victory.
Game on.
It would be a good result for the players on 4 points because it restricts Teehan to 2 himself. Hall would be on 2. So Mason and Whitehead would be very happy if this was the result that came in.
45.
Pilgrim, to be honest, at this point, would be just concentrating on the last game, knowing that 6 points out in front. He has pretty much done his job for the night, no matter what happens in the last
80.
game.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's going to be feeling pretty comfortable and confident heading into that last match against Conan. Conan will be equally as confident just because that's how Conan is.
78.
But don't rule out Teehan for the tungsten turnaround.
180.
Oh, it just gets better and better. That's our second 180 of the match, one apiece.
58.
Interestingly, since you said the stat about all legs being won on double 10, they've not hit double 10 again.
97.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah, maybe. Ciaran's in quite a comfortable lead in this leg, leaving himself 144. Graham needs all 3 of these.
140.
2 will have to do.
Ciaran, you require 144. 60.
Well, he'll be back for the 84 and hoping to level this match up at 3 apiece to be able to take it to a final leg.
How Hall will pray for 140.
Yeah, but you don't want to get the first 2 darts in the treble because then it comes tricky about where you throw that last dart because
90.
the last thing you want to do is bust 180.
Ciaran, you require 84.
Well, wasn't going to be an issue with that throw. He's got half his score.
14 for the bull.
44.
Ooh, good miss, though. Left himself
Graham,
tops.
you require 90.
Get his first win of the night on the board.
Another one
20.
of those.
65. Ciaran, you require 40.
The bullseye doesn't go, and so Teehan returns for tops to take us the distance.
No score.
Oh, there would have been a lot of pressure on that
Graham, you
shot. He
require
obviously felt it.
25.
Chance to clean up 25 and win this match.
$17.
Oh, we're getting to the stage that no
Ciaran,
one
you
wants to win
require
at.
40.
Well, actually, we're not in the last leg yet, so
Could be if Teehan takes tops.
Teehan takes tops. Wow.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Ciaran Teehan.
And there we go. Going to another tiebreaker, which will be, what, our 3rd match in a row?
7th and final leg. It's Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
Teehan takes tops to take us to a tiebreak.
Oh, wow. That's a bit of a tongue twister. Say that 3 times fast.
100.
He won't get into red lorries and things like that. Teehan kicks off ton. How can Hall respond? This is a huge leg for both players in the
95.
context of their group. Teehan can get on to 4, level with 2nd and 3rd. He would be 4th no matter what happens
41.
if he won this game. If Graham Hall wins this 4-3, both players will be on 2 points, -5 in the legs difference bracket.
It would just be a lot better mentally for Graham to be
48.
able to come into tomorrow night's session knowing that he does have 2 points on the board. It's a lot different story than coming in tomorrow night knowing that, you know, he's on 0 points.
56.
Excellent first start. When the first start goes in like that, it's usually an invitation for 2 more to follow.
140.
But I'm sure he is quite happy with the 140 at the minute.
At this juncture, most definitely.
140.
And that's seeing Ciaran leave himself a finish of 164.
May have to take it.
100. Ciaran, you require 164.
Let's see if he's going to go down for the treble 19s first. Another one of them. Leaves the bullseye for the match.
139.
And to win in the most spectacular style.
Graham, you require 118.
A dart at tops for the match.
Game
And for his
shot
first
and the
win at
match,
Group B.
Graham Hall.
Wow. I mean, you could almost have written it in the playbook that that's what's going to happen. There's been missed starts for matches all night so far tonight, but great result for Graham being able to get his first 2 points on the board there.
Indeed it was. An 84-77 average. 1 max apiece in the match, 4th and 17 on the doubles, and a 118 high out means Graham Hall is on the board. Him and Teehan are the 2 players on 2 points. After this short break, will there be 2 players on 6 points at the end of the opening day's play in Group B? We're about to find out. It's Conan Whitehead against Darryl Pilgrim to round off our evening session, and that is coming up after this short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And don't forget, you could be here yourself on finals night. Just visit dartshop.tv to get your free tickets for finals night. Why would you want to be anywhere else? We've just seen then Ciaran Teehan losing out in a last leg decider to Graham Hall, who got his first victory of Group B. We can see what that does to the table then with one more match remaining this evening. Graham Hall level on points now with Ciaran Teehan, their leg difference exactly the same as well. The next match we've got coming up for you is a big one, but as for Chris Mason, it feels like it's been a fairly uninspiring evening for him, but he'll be happy with where he's positioned in the table at the moment. There we can see Chris Mason getting a victory over Conan Whitehead in his last match. Of course, this next match, as I mentioned, a really significant one at the top of the table. Darryl Pilgrim up against Whitehead. Darryl Pilgrim there, a chance for him to make it 4 wins from 4 in his next match and extend his lead at the top of the table. Of course, he capitalised on Ciaran's misses in that last match to win his 3rd match of the evening. For Conan Whitehead, he'll want to respond, won't he, after that defeat to Chris Mason in his last match. Let's head into it then, our final match of the session. Guys, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so let's round off Group B for the evening with a battle between the top 2. Conan Whitehead against Darryl Pilgrim concludes Tungsten Thursday here at the Super Series. You are so impressed, Ciaran.
Ah, Henry, you've gone too far now. Gone too far. What's going to happen when tomorrow is Friday?
No, Friday is decision day.
Decision day. Okay.
Because everything gets decided in a day, so that's why I call it decision day.
Really? I never would have guessed that. Thank you for pointing it out to me.
Bit like how I found out tonight every match ends on a double.
Yeah, exactly. Every day's a school day. Yes, this will be an exciting match. And it makes you wonder, did someone preempt what the results from tonight were going to be to have Conan and Darryl playing in the last match of the evening? And this will, well, potentially decide who is the group
100.
leader.
Well, we know our stats guys are good, but I'm not sure they're that good.
I guess the question really is this going to be a 4-3 match? We've seen the last, what, 1, 2, 3
45.
matches go 4-3. So odds are that, yes, it will be.
I'm telling you now, this finishes 4-3.
You're making a stand.
100.
That's your call.
That is my stance. That is my call. This is going all 7 legs.
Oh, any keen punters out there? You've heard it first from Henry. This game is going 4-3. Who's going to win it, Henry?
40.
Oh, you're hesitating.
Tell you what, it's amazing how quick you can get splinters, isn't it?
Yeah, by sitting on that fence.
140.
Actually quite comfortable, you know.
Well, Conan is off to a cracking start here. 161.
140. Conan require 161. 45.
Bit of a wayward last start there from him. Not quite sure what he was doing there. Was he potentially going for bull, maybe?
And suddenly, Pilgrim's going to apply the pressure. He was going for 25 at that last start. Leaves him on 116.
$42. Darryl, you require.
Well, he was looking like in a quite comfortable and commanding lead in this leg. All of a sudden, the tables are turned and the pressure's going to be on for him to be able to clean up this 74 and get the first leg on the board.
41. Conan, you require 74.
20 for tops.
34.
Wow, did not expect that.
Darryl,
See,
you
this is what I said
require
about 60.
95.
You do get quite apprehensive about it because you don't want to hit it too low because you can hit that treble 20. And the consequence of that was that he threw it far too high and missed the board altogether.
Game shot on the first leg.
And as a
Darryl
result, Darryl
Pilgrim.
was there to clean up the 95. And he takes the 1-0 lead. And that was a break.
Second leg, it's Darryl's to throw first. Game on.
Could be a significant moment right from the get-go. Interestingly, I will stop with the stats at some point. However, this is quite an
60.
intriguing one. Darryl Pilgrim, in phase 1, has only lost 1 match.
Wow.
Only lost 1 game in
60.
qualification for this and is undefeated tonight.
That is an interesting stat.
It was worth trawling through all the
140.
rubbish to get to that, wasn't it?
Conan's looking to make it 2 losses, though.
45.
But he's going to need a bit better darts than 45, I'm afraid.
More sure he's hoping for 2 losses, Corinne.
Who?
Conan, don't worry, don't worry.
140.
Conan's hoping to make it 2 losses.
Don't worry, I'll tell you later, I'll tell you later.
100. Darryl, you require 161. 129.
Taken the smart road there and just left himself a double. There was no need to have a go at the 161.
58. Darryl, you require 32.
Well, 13 dart leg and to double the lead.
Game shot on the second leg.
There it is.
Darryl
No problem
Pilgrim.
at all for Pilgrim. He opens up a 2-0 lead. And look at the average. That's pretty
Third leg, it's
much where
Conan's to
it's
throw
been all
first.
night.
Game on.
Yeah, he has played consistently all evening. Conan dropped off in his last leg against Mason. And now it seems like he's not
100.
been able to pick it up as yet. I mean, we are almost halfway through this match, so if he is going to pick it up, he needs to do it like right now.
ASAP Rocky.
134.
Only you could have seen the look on Corinne's face. I'm looking forward to doing it all again
94.
tomorrow night.
Oh, me too. Going to come armed with all of my stats.
Do you have a stat off?
No, Henry, we will not have a stat off.
95. 180.
That's
we go.
Whitehead's first.
Yeah, and that's more like the Conan we know. How many 180s is that for him tonight now, Henry?
121. Conan, you require 127.
You disappoint me that you didn't know that right off the top of your head.
That's his 6th.
6. Okay.
Better my lucky notepad. Well, last time he was on 66.
71.
He went across for treble
Darryl,
10.
you
That was what he
require
did on this occasion.
151.
On 5-1 for Pilgrim for a 3-0 lead. The double break.
88. Conan, you require 56.
Now Conan's chance to get on the board.
20.
No, and it goes begging.
Darryl, you require
Darryl will be back for
63.
63 and a convincing 3-0 lead.
47. Conan, you require 36. Game shot on the third leg. Conan Whitehead.
There we go, finally on the board.
Yeah, back to 2-1. Pilgrim has the
Fourth leg,
opportunity
it's Darryl to throw first.
get
Game
on to 3. If he can win this leg with the darts.
59. $60.
You can see and hear that Conan is frustrated with his darts at the moment. And Darryl's taking advantage of that
180.
with putting in his second 180 of this match. Sometimes that does happen, you know, Henry. You as a player, when you know that your opponent is visually and, you know, can hear that they're upset with the way that you're playing, you think, oh yeah, I've got them now. All I have to do is continue playing the way, you know, that I'm doing, keep doing what I'm doing, and I'm going to win this match, because they're so frustrated and just thinking about what they need to do to improve that it just, and sometimes the harder you try, the worse it gets.
77. Darryl, you require 170.
Go on, Darryl. I don't think he would have gone for it, but it would have been nice.
56.
No, I don't know. I think everyone has that tendency to always go for a 170. Well, 9 times out of 10 anyway. Regardless of what your opponent's on.
Darryl, you require 140.
Looks like the Super Series Lakers are no fishing zone at this time of the morning.
Oh, God.
Tops a 3-1. Doesn't go, and Whitehead returns a 139.
No, not going to take that out now.
$39. Darryl, you require 40. $30.
Oh, another opportunity here for Conan.
Conan, you require 100.
That could end up being a pivotal miss. You're going tops here, yes.
60.
I wonder if he's in 2 minds, because
Darryl, you require
first start was
10.
quite nice to crank a treble into.
Yeah, it sat nicely above the wire there.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Double 2
Darryl
puts
Pilgrim.
Pilgrim on to 3, and he's a leg away from victory here against Conan
Fifth leg,
Whitehead.
it's Conan to throw first.
Well,
Game
it's all on Conan here now. He needs to win 3 legs on the trot. Is he up for that challenge at 1:30 in the morning? We shall
100.
see.
Well, Corinne, it's been an absolute pleasure spending the evening with you in the commentary box. Just one final duty for you to head on over up to the
140.
balcony to join Abigail for some final thoughts. We'll do it again tomorrow night, shall we?
Yeah.
I'll pencil it in for 10 o'clock.
Put that in your diary.
36.
May have to be a sprint. Darryl Pilgrim's going.
97.
You may have put the curse on Conan here by saying that this match was going to go 4-3.
30.
So Pilgrim is on the
54.
brink of a perfect card on night 1 of Group B.
100.
He's 210 points away from doing just that, and ever closer.
100.
Ton leaves him on 110. Whitehead back on 235.
65. Darryl, you
He's
require
himself on the fish just
110.
in case. Pilgrim on 110 to win the match. To make it 4 from 4 on Thursday. Double 18.
Game, shot,
For the
and
match, for the win.
Darryl
In some
Pilgrim.
style for Darryl Pilgrim. 4 legs, 4 wins, and he is in pole position here in Group B. A perfect card on Thursday night. He's only lost 1 game in the entire phase of the competition. A 3-dart average of 89.96 helps him on his way to a 4-1 win against Conan Whitehead, 4 out of 12 on the doubles. The high checkout there of 110 for Darryl Pilgrim. He gets the better of Conan Whitehead, who will have to settle for a card of 2 wins, 2 defeats. He joins Chris Mason on 4 points in the group, but we are set for some conclusion to Group B tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Of course, Group C will get underway at 9:30 for the beginning of Decision Day here on Sporty Stuff TV. But just one final job to go for us here on Tungsten Thursday here at the Super Series, and that is to get some final thoughts and reflections from Corinne Hammond, who's upstairs having a chat with Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Darryl certainly setting the standards in Group B this evening. But a word firstly on Conan. As we mentioned, someone you know very well. How will he be responding to that?
He's going to be completely unhappy with himself. Obviously, he started off like a bullet a gate tonight earlier with his opening matches. They were fantastic. And I think that loss against Chris in the match before his last one really took its toll, and then you could see it there in that last match against Darryl. But in saying that, Darryl still played fantastic. He's maintained the same level all night, so deserves to be at the top of the table.
And is Conan someone who will have that mental strength to put this all behind him tomorrow and start afresh tomorrow night?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think he did the same thing during the week as well. His first day wasn't the greatest, so went back, had a word with himself, come back, put his head on.
And we look at Chris Mason there, who sat third. It's felt like quite an uninspiring night for Chris Mason. He's not really produced the levels we've seen from him previously at the Super Series, but he'll be incredibly happy to be sat third in the table going into the second day.
Yeah, he's right in the mix there. I mean, you kind of have to feel for Ciaran as well, and Graham. You don't feel like any of them, or either of them, should only be on 1 win. So I feel that with Graham, I said to Henry when we were in the commentary box for one of the breaks, I said, he must have thought, it's clicked over past midnight now. It's not Thursday anymore. It's Friday. It's a new day. I'm coming out with this last game and I'm going to get myself a win.
Yeah, indeed. And it is all still to play for tomorrow evening from 10 p.m. But Group C, of course, concludes from tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Here's a reminder of how things stand heading into that session. Josh Payne, top of the table. Lee Evans, as we've mentioned, though, really impressive stuff from him, especially given that he didn't win a game on the final day of action in Group A. Do you see both of those going through from that group?
It would look that way, although I think that you can't discount Chaz. I mean, Chaz is a quality player. They're all quality players. I mean, look, that we're playing in Champions Week. They've all been there and done it before. But you'd have to think that Josh is feeling quite comfortable at the moment. With Lee, I mean, he brushed off what happened Wednesday, started again. It was a new group, new beginning. So let's see if he carries that through tomorrow.
Indeed, we will see from 9:30 a.m. on Sporty Stuff TV. We look forward to seeing you back there. We're going to try and get a few hours sleep. See you in the morning.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.